Yeah, welcoming on everybody. We are doing a Shining Force 2023 recap, if you didn't know. I tried to make quite a people aware of what was going on today. I totally messed up with like the last three streams though, because I was saying 1 p.m. instead of 11 a.m. So we might not see a couple people until a couple hours from now, maybe. Although at the same time, we never really discussed how long we wanted this stream to kind of be. It's more or less just a hangout, just to watch some nice highlights and some random moments that happened within the year. A lot changed in the Shining Force community. We had a lot of world record changes. It changed like 9 times, but good God, I think Cloud had like 9 PBs on his own. Pretty sure Brox is going to have a lot of notes on probably exactly how many there are. But I made notes as well. We're going to probably go through a timeline of seeing exactly what happened from like the beginning of the year all the way until wherever. Realistically, I think the videos are more or less going to be just for background noise more than anything else, while specific battles kind of take place. I think if that's fine with everyone else. We could go really in depth with a lot of videos on the battles that happen, but I don't know. I think it'd be nice to have be more of a nice hangout and have that more as a background while we kind of talk about the stuff that happened throughout the months while it plays in the background, I think.
I wanna go back further. How do you feel?
Oh, you want to go really far back. Yeah, we
Stone
can,
Age.
absolutely.
How do you feel about recapping the Stone Age a little bit, the good old days, the glory days, and then I would like okay, so
No.
really my 2023 I think starts with uh my run in March, which actually takes the world record. But I kind of want to like set that stage. You
True.
Yeah,
had
that's
that
true.
you had
Absolutely.
that world record for man. I don't know. That was a year and 7 months or
And
something like that.
you didn't get to that level of play instantly either. There was a lot of build up to that.
True.
There was the amount
Oh,
of like pushing that I had to give Brox to like make sure he hit it when he was down in the dumps on like, why is this so difficult and being a pain
and
in the butt? And it's just like, you're fine, you get
you
it,
were
keep
you
going
were
for
itching for it too, man. Like as soon as I got the world record, like 2 hours later, you were streaming, you bastard.
it. Yeah, it was pretty much like the PB before that one. I had to call Brox on Discord to be because I was so excited because it was like I can't remember. I think he missed it by a few
I
minutes, and
remember that.
Chapter 8 just went poorly in
Yep.
Colossus or something, if I remember correctly. And I was
Hmm.
like, I was so excited, and now my day is ruined. But it's like I know you're gonna get it soon, so it's fine.
Yeah,
It
I remember you saying too, you were yelling at your screen because
Oh,
I
I
made
was,
some
yes.
stupid
Yeah,
mistake.
I can't remember what mistake you made, but I was literally screaming at my screen because I wanted Brox to just win the
Yeah.
game. But I can't. I wish I could remember. Like that's almost what I would want to watch. But yeah, that was another thing I was gonna say. Um, yeah, because Brox has probably a good timeline of videos as well. I have a crap ton of VODs uh, that pretty much go from just this year's BBs, but literally any screen you want to see at any time, you could literally just either send something in our like group chat, I suppose, and I can like paste it on screen. One thing that let's see, there's also something that I wanted to show as well, uh, which isn't really all that important. But the first message that actually happened in the Discord on January 1st of 2023, which was you probably can't read, but it was like kind of comical when it's like someone on Twitch is trying to beat Shining Force 1 with only Hans. I'm just like, really? Like, yep, that's technically how the year started. Some mad lad thought they could just do the game with Hans only. That's what you like to
Yeah,
hear,
I can't wait to try that out.
now yeah, that you are basically exposed as a Hans stan.
I
I
know.
guess you go the full roads.
What's that picture? What is this?
That's a
Um,
just two different faces. You got, you know, Brock's when he gets world record, and Brock's when he misses it by 3 minutes. Wish I could enlarge those more, but
So, all right. So here's where I want to start. So, like when I started streaming solely because of Shining, and I've told this story before, and I'm sure y'all have like heard it before in some shape or form. But I found I didn't even know speedrunning existed until COVID. And scrolling through YouTube found a Summoning Salt video. I think the first one I watched was like Ninja Gaiden and Arcus and Phenomenon. I was like, man, speedrunning. So I probably watched like 4 or 5 documentaries before I was like, does anyone speedrun Shining Force? And the first video I watched was Ty RPG Limit Break. And so that really was like what got me into even thinking about this game. And I remember my first couple of streams and how like barely anyone showed up, but like one Nakuri showed up in the stream. And that's actually in the first video. It's on YouTube. That was like oh, hey, the Shining Force community is seeing me finally, because I knew Nakuri's name. I had seen him in videos. So, oh, and Ty, I don't know if I think the first time I reached out to anyone in Shining was to you. You were streaming some stupid game. I have no idea what it was.
Stupid game, yeah. That's usually every day.
And
that sounds like Ty.
Yeah.
Yep. And I had just completed my first run. It took me like 7 hours and 5 minutes. And I popped into your channel and I was like, hey, Ty, thanks for your tutorial videos, because I poured over them for like, I watched them all through at least twice. And that's what got me through the run. And and I just like, hey man, thanks for your videos. And you're like, oh, that's cool. And then nothing, like I didn't chat with you like months.
Right. Yeah, it's like
But
I couldn't remember.
I guess like I'd love to hear, and Nakuri's always good at reminiscing, and I'd love to, like, Ty, you've had years of running this game. I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Too many.
Yeah,
that's like, honestly, yeah, I was gonna say, me and Nakuri have known each other for, has it been 7 years? Longer?
Yeah, over 7 years by now.
I would have to imagine, because I know you were definitely one of the first to definitely meet in when I know I was living with many roommates at the time.
Shirtless roommate?
Shirtless roommate
Yeah,
was one of them, yes.
guys in the background, basically.
There was always,
so it's exciting to see.
there was always that. That was back. I used to stream on a laptop, and like when you go to college, you have like just a laptop with you, because everyone has a laptop in college, and it's like that was literally what I started playing on. I don't even remember. I remember I like originally just watched Twitch when Justin TV was still a thing to see Castlevania 64 speedruns, and then, I mean, I played Shining Force a lot, so I was like, I'm gonna run this game, and then I was just randomly streaming it. But then
Fantastic.
the weird thing that
You're
was like super
amazing.
weird was that after immediately looking it up, it's like 2DOS, I think, had randomly popped up a run out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Which was very weird, because I think we had a like kind of a Shining Force community in a way. It wasn't big, but like Shining Force 2 with what Bowie was doing, because he's been doing that since like before I had even started, I believe.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I can't remember when Bowie started Shining Force 2, but there was at least a little bit of a community there, and so there was going from like that community. I don't think 2DOS was ever really all that active in that community, from what I remember. And
Yeah.
it's like he
Can
just
you
randomly.
actually pull up speedrun.com?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
let's look at those graphs. Yeah, because I remember looking at that recently and was like, who the heck is 2DOS?
Yeah, it's like, is he still even alive? It's like, yeah, he's definitely more known for Donkey Kong 64, but
I think yes. Where is this?
yeah,
I
where
always
did you find it?
oh,
It's in
here it is.
stats here. Oh boy.
There it is. So yeah, the very first run is like a 10-hour run if you highlight over that
Yeah,
triangle.
10 hours and 8
2DOS.
minutes, which is way back in the day, which literally just had the use of literally everybody. Like, this is how it started. It was just like he had no idea what was going on. It was just a casual play.
Yep.
He said he didn't really do any preparation before doing the run.
Promoted Max, love to see it.
And with the
Promoted
like,
everyone.
yeah, promoted everyone. Like a ridiculous.
Oh, he is doing the sneak with Max.
He's
there.
doing the sneak. That is
Yeah.
pretty prepared.
That was the idea. I guess he knew something. I mean, Andy has a good Domingo. I mean, that's something, right?
Luxuries.
Back when we had to like, but I don't think this was ever something that was uploaded to SDA.
No idea. Oh crap.
Speed Demos Arc. Is that where you guys started? Submitting? Or...
Technically, I did not.
Yes.
It's like I definitely knew about it at the time. I had submitted some like Castlevania runs to Speed Demos to Archive when it was still rolling, but I kept everything on YouTube, I think, until speedrun.com came out.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but
Let's see what that Dark Dragon fight looks like on this one.
probably super scary.
Luke level 4.
Messes up.
Domingo's 17. Huge.
Yeah, not bad, right? I'm glad he's using Luke. That's the almighty power. But no Ken using May, disgusting. Absolutely.
I know,
not.
right? If you had the choice, then it's pretty obvious what you would do, right?
Of course. I would imagine so. At least he's using Tarasu. Yeah, it doesn't seem so bad. And his Hanzo's critting. See, everyone can do it.
Alright, that was.
We
like
should
the
have
best
looked to
possible
him all
situation
this
on
time.
attack.
He's using May now and Hanzo. So
Yeah,
many
but
hints he has dropped for us back then,
Mhm.
years ago.
I'm gonna try.
But just a level 5 Tau though.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? Which is a shame. Also, I would imagine you guys can hear my silly audio shenanigans, can't you, with blurps? I need to disable those real quick. Or maybe you can't, I don't know. I would imagine you can.
Let me try that out. I've got your stream up, but it's silenced.
Oh, sure, okay. Yeah, throw in a little goat scream for the boys.
This is a new feeling. Pride in someone else.
Yep, totally got it.
Unfortunately, it's overshadowed by all
Going
this
to be-
unyielding rage!
So much louder than it needs to be.
Unyielding rage.
Unnecessary and childish.
So,
Wow, that was cool.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
There we go. My apologies. We're good now.
was there So was Tudos a part of
perfect.
this community? Like,
No, so that yeah, with me and Nakuri, like Nakuri was the only person that actually enjoyed Shining Force 1 really. It's like cuz like everyone was so invested on Shining Force 2 between like Bowie, Thorum and
Reinhold,
Care Bears,
Bears,
Reinhold,
Lieni, the whole Grants percent.
right.
group.
That was like, yeah, Kiliani was still like pretty much around at that time. Cruncha, I suppose. Like no one really gave a damn about Shining Force 1. Is like Nakuri was probably the first one to show in, and then
We'll see what happens.
Bowie maybe showed up slightly after, but that was probably. I wish I could remember. That was so long ago. Like I guess Turbo Dog technically was there pretty early as well, but wasn't. I wouldn't say all that active in the Shining Force community. He was just interested in the run and eventually got into it later. But yeah, Nakuri would have been like around and even playing the game, like even when I was playing it. I remember. And yeah, those were
Basically-
good times.
Basically, I I started streaming with A Link to the Past speedrunning. Like I was a little bit interested
Yeah.
in Zelda speedrunning. And then, yes, it was basically
Wow,
Bowie that kind of like
2
showed,
normal
hey,
attacks from
I'm
the
just doing
sky.
Shining Force speedrunning. While I was before like Shining
Really
Force
good luck.
speedrunning. That's crazy. I want to stay healthy. I don't want to die. Why should I speedrun Shining Force? But then Bowie just did it, and then kind of like the categories,
Wow,
grants, and tarots
Dumbhand.
came around, and that kind of made it feasible. And then there was this huge uprise of activity. People were doing grants percent. It was pretty fun. And then I saw all over at the horizon little Ty by his own in his corner. And he was just saying, yeah, Shining Force 1, like, it's the best. It's much better than Shining Force 2. And yeah, I basically became an early adopter then as well by just joining because I enjoy Shining Force 1 so much. And it turned out to be then just also be my more favorite speedrun and everything. So yeah, then it was 2 people doing Shining Force 1.
Yeah, at the time. I was really curious. Did you even watch much of Shining Force 2 when they were running? Were you ever like interested in Shining Force 2 at any point?
The question goes to who?
To you, Nikari.
I was absolutely hyped for Shining Force 2. I mean, it's a game I also just love, and I was interested in doing, and just seeing that it was basically possible to pack it into like a category or like into a run that you can do. In the end, I ended up doing 1 Shining Force 2 any percent in my entire life. So
Was it
the
that
one and only?
Was it that one
Huh?
race that we did?
That was that one race that we did. That was before turbo times.
Yeah.
So it was fucking 11 hours and shit.
Yeah, that was a bad time. Me and Care Bears had to run it for the first time ever. I was literally at work and I just randomly like watched a Bowie any percent run and just wrote down notes and just winged it. And I think Care Bears pretty much did the same thing. And I was like, yeah, Care Bears had like 11 hours. I had like 13 or maybe even longer. It was so long.
Yeah, it was basically just like sitting there at a Harpy Pond chess battle and not knowing what to do and just dying all over until you kind of get through and Peter finally takes over. Yeah, that was a rough time. Yeah, that was basically the first spark, the first interest, because I just got to see Bowie first, but then there was basically a transition where Shining Force 1 is I just love the Shining Force 1 characters, the Shining Force 1 aesthetics and everything, and
Yeah.
that I would like the speedrun more, like figuring out that Shining Force 2 would have its problem in the speedrun due to Peter and how the later half of the game is structured. I would figure that out, of course, much later, many years later. At that point, I would know that Shining Force 2 would, for me personally, not end up as interesting as the Shining Force 1 speedrun,
this
which
Kokichi
I
beast.
feel is more varied. And like how the battles turn out and what you have to do. Albeit there, of course, there's still snipes and all that. But back then it was just basically favoritism. I just liked Shining Force 1 more. It was fun hanging out with Ty and doing some things. Doing Barbazak basically first,
Oh, crap, where are my shower
and then doing the
cubes?
any percent at some point. It felt rewarding. It felt also
I mean,
Um,
the funny thing is we didn't even have Bulbasac percent back then for a while.
yeah.
Oh, no?
Yes, people
Basically.
Are gonna die.
I think it was then 7 years ago or something that I did the first Barbazak runs. But beforehand, I mean, if Ty is alone there, like Tudos did a run. He was interested apparently in running Shining Force, but he dropped it basically
All they can do is make sure
because
he
he-
lives.
understandably that run took 10 hours. It's insanely RNG heavy and all that stuff.
Right.
So without like Barbazak very clearly as we do it today is a good category to do a race in, but what of course people are actually interested in is doing an official speed run. An official in that capacity is still any percent. Barbazak is more like a warm-up, like a practice, like a nice entry to it. But of course in the end any percent is often kind of like the goal you want to reach. And that, of course, was not very attractive to many people at a time where even Ty still took many hours to finish a run. So it was very difficult to get anyone interested in any percent. So around the time when Grand Seal and Taros was getting popular and getting a lot of stream time, actually, it came almost natural that then for Shining Force 1 you would also think about like a
Okay,
cutoff
everyone
point
lived.
to create some kind of like entry level speed run, which then became Balbalzac. And even that was still a little bit difficult because, as you know, Shining Chapter 1 is going to be just like a big kick pretty hard in any case. So, yeah. But that kind of started, and then I think one very important
Got a
tool
shower of
back then
tears.
in order to get both Shining Force 1 and Shining Force 2 going was actually Speedruns Live, where we basically started to host all these races.
Right. Yeah, because the nice thing is that, like, with RPG Limit Break, like, also being as popular as it was even back then, like, that was really helpful. Bowie, with his connections, allowing us to do, like, the relay races and such, really kind of helped skyrocket Shining Force 1's popularity, at least. Because Shining Force 2 was already somehow, like, in my mind, like, over the top. Like, was already looked at pretty heavily and thoroughly, and, like, people were interested in Shining Force 2, whether it was a speedrun or not. And still kind of seems to be the case even still. I know Shining Force 2 has a decently bigger following than Shining Force 1. But, good God,
You know-
like, the following used to be so much lower. Like,
Yeah, it's
honestly,
it's
like,
funny.
without you guys, like, coming in and watching and everyone else coming in and watching, like, we're almost, like, probably tied with Shining Force 2 now. It's like, it's grown so much in popularity, and people are actually interested. That, to me, is,
Yeah.
like, what I find really awesome.
As I got into my adulthood and I went like when I revisit these games before I realized speedrun existed, my inclination was always to go to Shining Force
Oh,
1.
frick, no.
But because of all the quality of life stuff that Shining Force 2 had, I tended towards playing that one instead. Until I started, once I started digging into the speedrun and understanding how like the stats actually work, because I used to spend so much time grinding and like trying to get the perfect stats. What a waste of my life.
It's like, how many hours?
So like once I realized it, like hands down, this game's I love it. I think there are definitely quality stuff that make it understandable why you would go to Shining Force 2. But to Nakuri's earlier points, like something about like the aesthetic and the artwork and characters, I just like more in this game.
Hey, is Brock's clipping for anyone else at certain times?
I was asking chat pretty much on the same thing. I was noticing my screen share VOD was lagging at times.
It almost seems like a noise gate thing.
Let me turn that off.
Oh, you're hearing
couple
a
of
noise
sentences
lag?
are just basically cancelled out.
Like whenever he would go quiet, then he would cut off completely.
Oh, I don't think
So his noise gate was set too loud, I think.
Oh. That sounded alright to me.
Yeah, that's why I was asking to see if it was just
No,
randomness or whatnot with my connection.
No, I can
Dang,
hear
I'm
it
gonna
too.
get
But
out- I'm gonna get out of this
Proxy's
with no one
sentences
dying. That's
are
pretty
often
incredible.
interrupted by quiet.
It
Yeah, I'm
might
thinking it's
be
probably
my-
a connection issue on my end is probably what it is.
I might have had my Discord input sensitivity up a little high too. So I don't. Does this sound any better?
Oh,
No.
probably. Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, not really. Do I sound alright to you
Just
guys?
to try to get the cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the only one that was cutting off.
Yeah.
Oh, so Nakuri was fine as well, huh?
Cheese it out here.
Yeah, you guys are fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so I
something on
guess it
my
wouldn't
end.
be on my end. It's
Sounds
strange
fine.
because
Brock sounds fine now. It hasn't happened again.
All right. Cool. Yeah, it was probably me.
well, maybe. Hopefully we'll get all that kind of figured out, because it definitely seems like my OBS is struggling a little bit as well, which I would imagine could very well be a factor in that, considering that you guys are all coming through my OBS. Not so sure what I can do about that right now, but if that ends up continuing, then maybe changes can be made.
Funny fact. I just looked it up, and apparently the speedrun you're watching right now from Tudors was a race. There was someone else.
The next person.
It's a person by the name of Sion, who forfeited.
Oh,
there
that's right.
There have been there has been one Chapter 1 race and one Chapter 2 race in 2011.
No way.
Yeah.
Our forefathers.
Yeah. Real. I forgot about that. I remember seeing that once upon a time.
You said a Chapter 1 race?
Yeah.
Went to the end of Chapter 1 because it was
The
like when they were
winner-
learning.
The winner won with a time of 1:18, and the second came in by a time of 1:29.
Not bad. Bronx
An
would kill
hour
for
and
that time.
It's true.
Can still world record with it.
You bet.
But yeah,
That's incredible.
That was the old VOD. Good God, that was like 360p. What is this quality? I wonder.
Next run that I see on speedrun.com is improves it by 2 hours, and it's your run, Ty, from a month later.
Yeah, which I don't even
basically.
think is here anymore.
Yeah.
I even remember because when we look at least all the VODs that kind of happen, there's quite a handful of them actually when you actually look at it all.
Johnny 5420. I hope Johnny's well. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I think I talked to him not too long ago. Seems like he's doing okay. Yeah, the whole 8-hour run. Is that here? Yeah, no, I got that was one of those things that got deleted to time. It used to be a VOD that existed, and now it just doesn't because Twitch wanted to delete things. So like, yeah, I think there's a lot of links that really just go nowhere for a lot of the end runs, if I remember correctly. Yeah, literally, like if you even just look at this screen on itself is like literally the entire list besides 2 runs on the bottom all happened from like this year onward, which is kind of a crazy amount of runs, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, and that's yeah, it's crazy. I think it's awesome. Wait. Okay, so yeah, some of these have like my PBs or whatever that weren't world records. They were just like extra run. That makes sense.
Exactly. These are not all the world record runs.
Yeah.
These are just all the runs that have been completed this year. Including
Yeah, man, once that 445 seal was broken, it was like, I can't believe we struggled to get this.
I know, right? Yeah.
Speaking of struggle, Ty.
No, there's no struggle. Struggling doesn't exist.
3 years trying to get the world record from No Worries.
That took some time. I'm not sure why. That's where like Cloud comes in and Draciel really hard, because I remember also like 2 years ago saying that like this run was so optimized that like there's no way that even like a couple minutes of time save will ever even happen.
Yeah.
And then like, good God, Cloud and Draciel come in and then it's like tens of minutes seem to be saved out of nowhere.
Yeah, so
it is crazy.
Most of my time, and since we're on me, so most of my time for 2022, like once I got 3rd place, I spent rerouting the game a little bit. Specifically, I really wanted to try Promoted Max. So the Retro J, if you're listening, been there, done that. And it turned out that was not a good route to go. But most of my time, my ideating was done with Cloud. And Cloud, I don't remember when we first started chatting.
So I was basically still on Shining Force 2, and I was showing casual interest in Shining Force 1. Like, I would do sort of up to Balbazak occasionally, and then kind of leave it at that. But I always had it in my mind that somebody with a new route was going to take world record, and I kind of decided that that was going to be you. So all of your contributions plus some of my initial contributions, it felt like we were on the right track.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, the route didn't change much. Little optimizations like what you just saw there, I think, was and you know, everything that we do now is like built on what we had started with. So everything we saw from No Worries and from Ty, like, I spent so much time in 2022 just poring over every PV video of Ty's and No Worries, trying to figure out what actually works. And then, you know, I can't remember exactly what changed as far as strats in this run, but I do know that I lost 4 minutes in 5-1, and so, like, I was already on pace for a sub 440 at this point.
Right.
I just couldn't break that seal, you know, and so it's funny. So, like, we had some optimizations that we must have come up with at this point.
Yeah, there was still, like, quite a bit changing that I recall. Like, it always felt like things were changing, but sometimes never really getting, like, finalized. Everyone always had their, like, different ways of doing the battles. I know, like, even still, like, you know, everyone seems to do 3-2 differently. Everyone was kind of doing 4-3 differently until just recently, I would say.
True.
You know, 7-1 was another one that could definitely have been, like, different from pretty much everybody. So it was always like, I don't know, people were still kind of figuring out and watching everyone else's run and trying to figure out, like, what seemed to be the best way to go about it.
7-1 I remember just being a nightmare because of all the evil ring uses.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was never pretty having to do that.
Yeah, and I think a part of my routing, like when I was going through this with Cloud, is like I wanted to eliminate as much RNG as possible and just stick with strats that were consistent. So the more and more that we could get rid of, like, evil ring usages or power ring usages, the better, in my opinion. Though, I mean, I still would hold to the fact that the fastest run would be using all those items all the time without them ever cracking and never saving.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's like, just get lucky. It's all skill, actually.
Too bad.
Right. All skill. So yeah, Cloud, do you know, I tried to get to the beginning of our chat history, and it didn't work.
It would take you quite a while. Yeah. I can't imagine going back through everything and trying to put it in chronological order.
Yeah.
That is kind of difficult. Honestly, yeah,
I'm always pessimistic.
more or less, because this was, yeah, the sub 450. I think, yeah, this technically was already sub 450, but, yeah, that's essentially...
This is my world record run.
Yeah.
Okay, sub
One of the older ones, which was
Balbazak.
quite solid at the beginning. And it ended quite nice.
I can't recall if that's
Yeah,
my
in this next battle in 5-1,
I
Max
feel like
gets
it's my PV. I feel
double
like this is
attack.
going to be...
Yeah,
like
this
on
was the
my
one
head.
when, like, it all just kind of went downhill for, like...
I had
It makes you so sad.
I had no
5-4.
business continuing this one,
That's, like, one of the
and
best
quite
chapter
honestly,
fours I've
like,
ever had.
the game was
I
definitely in
probably
my
should
favor.
highlight this.
In chapter 8, I know I had a jet following me that I think missed Valberoy, and I didn't have an
Yeah, thank
extra like shower or something like
No,
that. So
Balbazak
the game
PV is
wanted
like
me to
209.
get the world record, and even so, like, I was not necessarily. It wasn't
Something
free.
ridiculous.
We were
212
actually pretty
angers
close. I
me?
think.
What?
I can't remember if
209
Dark
18,
Dragon
that's such a
was
good time.
at this
That's like
point.
ridiculous.
But there was just a little bit of time save, I think, that
Oops, I mean grats.
pushed it
Bird
over
your
the
turn.
edge and got
The bird
team.
turd.
So this was a fun one. I mean, it was a culmination of, like, essentially
I mean, I love
a
you.
year and a half of work. When I first started, I had no intentions of
205 Balbazak. I think
going
so.
for a world record. I think I just wanted to be on the board and be like, I want to be good at my favorite
If you
game.
get a 37-minute chapter,
And
I had a
once I started moving up the ladder, it kind of got addicting, you know?
Yeah, that usually happens once you see it's like, oh, we made so many mistakes, but we're still this high up the ladder.
Right.
It's like
There
it could
used
be
to be so
better.
much wiggle room too. Now there's not nearly as much.
Dude, Pyro, I love it too.
Well,
It's,
for now.
Oh, that was
really
that was the nice thing about, like, especially starting out running. It's like you're almost always guaranteed a PB, you know, because like there's so much time saved everywhere.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
really cool thing to
I know
Well,
that was
look
kind
at
of one
this-
of the things I had, at least when Retro J kind of came on the scene. I'd like tried remembering how like your first initial year kind of went, and I was like, yeah, I'm not sure if you remember like how many runs you finished on like your first year of playing the game, but it was a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, by this time you see I've completed 31 runs.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh.
So this is beginning of 2023. So I've been playing for like a year and a half.
At this
I-
point in time,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a lot of runs.
it's not that many.
It feels like, I mean, considering each one's like 5 hours each.
Yeah, if they're completed, yeah.
My first run I did on Steam, and that was over 7 hours. Legitimately, the next run I did was like an hour improvement, so I was down to a 6:05 by my second run. And then the times, it took a lot more to chunk it off. So I remember it was like 5:45, 5:35, 5:30, 5:25, and I'm like, at that point, I'm like, why is this still taking so long? I need to be in third place. And then at some point, I think I finally passed.
This is a precarious situation,
Jake?
friends.
Jake was
Yeah.
third place at that time. Oh, wait! I can't remember.
Hathaway.
I remember announcing it in the Discord because Los was still playing with us too. I remember announcing it that when I finally like passed Los
Next
up.
up.
It's like, sorry, buddy, you're in fifth now.
Always usually what you gotta do when you bop somebody. Did you do the
Yeah.
same to Nakuri?
No.
Unbelievable.
Ah.
I don't remember. There's my death. Sad.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, I think once I got that 218 and I passed Jake Hathaway, I was ready to like
I should have
really start digging into like, okay, is this route as efficient
It's alright,
as it
it's alright.
could be?
We're fine.
And
Just gonna lose a ton of time. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think we found stuff with promoted max, but and some of it translated over to the existing strats, but
yeah.
the time saves just weren't
I
worth
had
it
it both
because
at Ken and
realistically,
the
it
Max
turned
on
out that
couch,
the only
so
thing
yeah, as you
Max
said,
was
you
good
know,
for promoted
132 maybe.
was an attack on Michela with the Sword of Light and using the Sword of Light maybe once or twice in 7-1 or Chaos.
And the
Right.
other thing with promoted Max is his agility is so much different, right? We were used to using him at a certain point with promoted Max, but it turned out that you can actually just do the same thing with unpromoted
I
Max.
am so angry.
Yep.
So that's how a lot of those strats did translate over. Something that's not immediately obvious comes in, or even this 5-1, this is completely obsoleted now, but it seemed
Mhm.
good at the time.
Yep.
Yeah, there was kind of a few changes technically that happened in like 5-1. Because I know, yeah, eventually this battle goes well and it eventually goes to PB. But good grief, I believe... Yeah, we can actually kind of look at that, I believe, because I think Dreesil actually has pretty much the majority, the majority of these kind of finalized to at least look kind of a lot cleaner.
Didn't even post like a new 5-1 a couple of days ago.
Did he? I haven't checked his YouTube in a while.
6 days ago, 5-1, slightly better movement and better XP distribution. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I've seen that.
relatively faster, but
I
he's
thought it
certainly still
was-
updating this very battle to this day.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It's not too different from the previous version. The only difference is like Balbaroy coming in for something that Pele preps, and then that allows the formation that you focus to be the bats, and then they get blocked off now instead of wrapping around. So
Well, that's nice.
it's pretty much one position change almost. that changes the way the fight looks. It's pretty nice.
Right.
And it's so funny because that's how it feels like now. It's like legitimately you do one move different and it changes everything.
Yeah, and 5-1 of all battles, for example, is something that almost every one of us did differently.
Mhm.
So even after all these world records have rained down upon us now, and how much has changed in the last year, we can still see that there are still individual thoughts and solutions for certain problems.
Yeah.
So, which shows me that even though, of course, now with all the improvements done, it looks almost like it's getting harder and harder to still find room and space for innovation. I still have the feeling we are long not done with finding these little tweaks. So I'm very excited still.
Yeah, it's always funny that like even just having like one slight movement will like just change the entirety of the battle for like reasons that doesn't even really make sense. Just mainly because
Yeah.
of the weird AI in Shining Force. It's like you almost never know what's going to exactly happen. Make one weird move or have somebody else tank the damage instead of Max, and then like just everything ends up changing.
Yeah, and we've made some significant like improvements in understanding AI, and yet still like every once in a while you get a bat that doesn't move the way that you expect it to, and I have no idea why.
Right?
Legitimately happened this week where I like put Hans and May somewhere and the bat just stayed vertical instead of moving left or right. I'm like, what is happening?
I mean, there's of course also just like the third order variants. If you just look at 7-1, it's basically like threading a needle with every single position that you take.
Yeah.
And there's going to be just specific setups in certain positions that will synergize better with more sets of like move to turn orders basically.
Mhm.
There might be even like the one kind of like set of position that makes the fight optimal, but maybe that only happens like once in 100 times. So you can also position yourself a little bit like in terms like what is like maybe more consistent or like works better most of the time, and what's the absolute perfect. And you will probably judge and do it differently per run. If you're ahead, if you're behind, you're taking more risks.
Definitely.
So you will not have like one solution to every battle, but multiple, and applying these and having all these runs or all these solutions documented will be quite a cool thing to do.
Yeah, and I've always had like each time we play a run, I'm building a massive if else bracket in my brain because like turn order changes well, I mean it's fairly consistent, but just one thing can screw the whole battle up. So like, okay, if this does happen, what how do I combat it? Like and it's hard to keep all of those strats in your brain. That's for sure.
Dude.
I think Ty and I we were chatting last night about how like especially this year the strats changed so much, and because we had like, I'm sure Ty even obviously worse than me because he had 7 years of running instead of 2 or 3. The new strats come and it's like, okay, I practiced the new strat, but can I disconnect it from the old strat that I spent so much time on? And like it's so easy to forget.
To this day, in 1.4, I'm still looking to change the speed.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, the battle speed.
Yeah, I pressed B.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And then I realized that I'm not supposed to do it, and then I figure it out, but that's still, like, it changes every single run.
Yeah, that's like the amount of times I do 4 or 5 strats and use the defense potion when I'm not supposed to. It's always the worst.
I accidentally yesterday accidentally killed off Hans instead of Ken, and so I'm like, well, I guess I'm doing a Ken run, and I got to 1-4 and like completely forgot to pass the lance to Ken because like the strats are just like it's so jumbled in my brain at this point. It's
Yeah.
funny.
They really can be. I might look. I've been noticing, and I'm guessing with you guys as well, at least the stream capture for the the VODs that we're playing are quite laggy on my end, at least. I imagine they're laggy on your guys' end as well.
Yeah, definitely. The audio seems to be okay for it, I think. Like I can hear the music all right without chopping, but
Right. I'm just gonna try to remove this as a browser source and just do a window capture on it instead.
okay.
Just to see if it
Yeah,
looks
that'd
any
probably
better.
work.
Un momentito while I remove some things.
I think you'll have to stop sharing and stream together as well.
That might be ideal, huh?
Just to lower the bandwidth that it's taking up.
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
gonna
I did
take
lower
one
my
minute and be
bit-
right back.
Yeah, sure,
Alright, cool.
absolutely. That did also lower my bit rate, so that should help a little bit, but I noticed it still wasn't working, at least on that end. I can't do any video changes without restarting the stream, but I shouldn't have to do that either. Since usually internet and my PC usually run pretty well. So I'm gonna blame it on Stream Together as a whole,
For sure.
because totally not gonna blame it on me. Can't possibly be me. No
Agreed.
way, Jose. Okay, so let's
Practically
change.
perfect in every way.
Exactly. Okay, so let's resize this all, make us look all nice and pretty, and see. Ugh. Perfect. And we'll see how that kind of looks and works out. We'll just have to wait and see. The best production quality here.
Thanks,
You can
Turbo.
totally tell that we've done this multiple times, huh? I would think so. I'm gonna randomly play. Oh yeah, this was the 437. Brox is 436. Why 3609?
Well, let's play your
There's so many.
You're 439. Because so after I got my world record, 2 hours later, Ty was streaming Shining Force, ready to take it back. He had had the itch for months, I think, just waiting for me. Thank you, Ty, for allowing me to get the world record.
Yeah, I did say I would
Before-
wait and let you get it before I like come back and take it.
Very kind of you.
Right?
I'm just thinking back to that was like definitely didn't think that was going to be possible. Never dreamed it. And I remember Nick Curry saying to me something along the lines of like, it's cool to see that like someone else besides No Worries or Ty can actually run this game quickly.
Right?
So and I really do like I'm glad it happened because it did bring Cloud and Draciel, I think. So 1 month after my world record is when the Draciel, Cloud, and I thread started. And that's when those guys just go off and like, man, I would wake up in the morning to like 100 missed messages in our DMs. And like I'd have to scroll through and read everything. I'm like, okay, what changed overnight while I was sleeping? But regardless, world record, Ty starts streaming immediately and kills it, man. Like it was always a struggle because I know you'd finish your Balbazek time faster than me, and you would immediately gain 4 minutes on my splits. I'm watching you. I'm watching you compete against me, and I'm at work. I legitimately. One day you're running, and I'm like watching in the car, going to lunch, and I'm like, he's gonna beat my freaking record. No.
Oh no. Yeah, that was like I know it was kind of funny because I know we were trying to like see times, and like this overlay for live split wasn't really ideal because you can't actually see the times. It's just what the time saves look like. And so it's like the fact that it's like comparing against mine and yours is like, oh, this is just BM. No, I could just see like We're just this far ahead of Brock's. Like, oh no.
Yeah, can you scroll back to like chapter 6 or something? I would love to see
Absolutely.
because
You want- Which battle do you want?
I'm guessing that your I just want to see the split times because I'm guessing
Gotcha.
you're like 10 minutes ahead of me, but behind. Oh, okay, it's like 5
Wow.
minutes ahead of me, but behind on yours, which is
Yeah.
hilarious. And then just the way that our times lined up is like my back half was pretty solid, and I made up that time, but being 5 minutes ahead. Oh man, you were behind. That's so sad.
Yeah, it's like I went to the bathroom at some point. I don't even know what my Bulbasac time was at this point.
I think
210?
I could have reached that. That would have been.
210-ish? Yep, it was like 211.
I killed for that time.
Of course. But yeah, it eventually came together somehow. Somehow, some way.
Yeah, I do remember watching the end of this and just seeing you like have everything fall into place. And I think at this point, we'll see, but I think you get a gold Dark Soul here because you didn't have to go back to town.
It very well could have been. I know. It was definitely not.
I can't move.
No, actually, probably would have been at this time because I know my live splits have like reset like 4 times for some reason,
Yeah.
and
I was worried.
like 206 runs to me isn't many runs. I know you had like 300 and thought it was a lot, but I was already like a few months in and already at like 206. I don't know how many runs were completed. I never tend to show that, but I know like
Kind of concerned.
there was only a few runs that I think I actually, if that I even completed. So getting golds at the end of the game were almost guaranteed.
Yeah. You reset a lot more early game than I did though.
So now
So-
we are going.
and
Oh,
that's
yeah, sure.
Nakuri.
Stupid.
That's Nakuri's fault too. I used to
You're fine.
like after watching you, I'm like, oh, I gotta reset more often, and Nakuri would be like, maybe you should take 43-minute chapter one.
Well, that was another thing I was gonna ask you guys as well, is like if, especially like for Cloud and Brock as well, if your gameplay or like style of gameplay changed as your like runs progressively got better. Like I know like Brock's is, I feel like always in that mindset, like even if he's minus or like 6 minutes behind, he's still gonna save when he attacks that priest in 3-2. It's just like it's in the book, so he just does what's in the book.
Yeah, it was.
Absolutely.
But I know like some, like at least when it came to me, like I knew like as soon as sometimes got better, if I saw that I was behind, I would start taking more risk. And I was
Yeah,
like,
I
I
do
wonder
that.
if Cloud went in that same boat of like, oh, if I need the times to be a little bit faster now, I'm gonna start doing a little more risky stuff.
Particularly in Circus is the first place you can do that pretty successfully now, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree.
Just YOLO the ring usage, YOLO the attacks, and if it all works out, that's like an extra minute and a half.
You actually outturned.
Yeah, I would say I have as our times have gotten lower, like
Ken is here
I
to
am much
destroy
more
Dark
willing
Dragon.
to.
Dark
YOLO
Dragon
a
is
couple
going to be
things.
bested.
But like some things that I considered like would be appropriate to say for, like the snipe
Awkward.
in
Awkward,
6-1, because I have lost runs to missing that dual hand. But I don't, and I just accept the fact that I can lose a run
Blue
there
Dragon,
now.
come on.
The same thing, like I
well,
had lost a couple runs in 7-2 because Balborough would get lasered or he'd miss the Demon Master or something stupid like that. And so, I mean, Cloud routing in Laserless there was like a nice game changer for us as well. Just like trying to find the places where you eliminate, you know, the RNG as much as possible.
Yeah, which ended up helping like a lot. Even though you wouldn't really think that it necessarily would over just like YOLO strats, but just
Real
because
question,
YOLO
should I
strats
save
never
here to
work out
guarantee that I
perfectly,
don't
it's
lose
like
the run to
impossible.
3 Bolt 4s?
So it makes sense.
I never do that.
Like
but
getting
I
rid of
kinda
that
want
altogether would just
We're guaranteed to
consistently
get
at
it
least
if I just
provide
save.
time
I
save overall.
probably should.
It's always kind of like the case. It's like also why like 1-2 has surprisingly changed, like as much as it had. I was thinking of trying to get like a proper VOD of like 1-2 as well, because I don't know about you guys, but I actually did like a complete
Yeah, we'll save on maxes.
like restructure or like redo of just thought process when I do like 1-2. Because it's like with their like and 1-1 as well. Like I feel like they're always really like battles that you kind of just skimp over because they're the first couple of battles, but when like focused on heavily, like there's usually some pretty easy time save to be had. Like at least when you know where like goblins in 1-2 are going, or like when you're actually like trying to have certain people die in 1-1 faster than the normal instead of. I guess like at least for me in 1-1, like
Obviously, but
I changed my complete mentality of like going from controlling like the Shining Force to controlling the Shining Force and Runefaust.
Yep.
Like, cause in the same like there's like two goals going on, right? It's like you have to have some of your characters die, and then their characters need to die, so you're practically playing both teams.
Yep.
But it was never really something that really I ever focused on or cared about.
Does it ever really end?
And maybe like some people don't. There's like a lot of little things like that as well, and I think like those little changes I always thought were like pretty big, at least from my runs. Because normally I would just
Sounds about right.
focus on just like what I'm doing and not so much what the enemy is doing. And usually it's like, well, if I'm playing well and the enemy's just, you know, being unlucky, then like what can you do? But I don't know. Generally, like I've realized I pay a lot more attention, thankfully, to what the enemy is doing, and it definitely helps, I suppose. But
I mean, it's a long time.
Yeah, I don't think I made that connection until this year. About it must have come from like
Who
one of
knows how many
Cloud's
of those are
videos, 'cause
crits
I
too?
think he shared
boy.
a goal
Oh
a goal
boy,
at one
way
point that
spicy.
was like
Oh,
in the
oh,
sixes for
oh.
1-1, and it's really like if you get the dwarfs to kill the members off quickly that you don't need, and you've gotten to 2 on Tau, and you've
Double
at
crit,
least
I doubt
gotten
it.
close to
You'll
2
never know
with
because we
max.
can't hear the
Yeah,
noise
finish
of
that
the
rune
sausage
knight,
bits,
even if you have some
unfortunately.
enemies left. Who
Yeah.
cares?
right?
So it definitely, that is something that now I think about, like,
Yeah, pretty much.
and I say that
I mean,
in yesterday's
technically-
stream I was taking
Technically, it's more that could fuck us up,
1-1s
but-
over 8 minutes, but like I really don't want to see anything over 7:30 anymore.
Right. Well, even just the other day, you were saying is like you're not taking anything over 38:30 for chapter 1. I'm like, yeah.
About time.
You know, I've always been quite like Broxy just mentioned. I've always been an advocate to like take higher times. So of course I'm not one of the competing world record runners. So maybe I have easy time talking.
'Cause we're already killing
But
10
when
enemies.
I'm thinking about like taking maybe a not so optimal chapter 1, I'm purely thinking about the fact that chapter 1 is just such a small subset of the entire run. And I felt pretty validated recently when Cloud Carry was getting world record with chapter 1 that was not going so optimally. And I also have the feeling that there is like some kind of like subconscious thing happening, something that people are probably not quite aware of. But since you all and we all are doing so much chapter 1, we have kind of like developed this kind of like super awareness for every single little hair that goes wrong. And I have the feeling that if we had the same awareness for every single chapter, first of all, it would be absolute torture and we shouldn't do this anymore. But nonetheless, I had the feeling that, and TurboDoc just mentioned that in the chat as well, basically giving yourself the opportunity to practice the later parts of the run, getting more consistent there, but also giving the run a shot simply because something that went wrong in chapter 1 can easily still be caught up in the rest of the run.
Yeah.
Of course, it's always like a time investment thing. Like if you want to like get the world record and you're gonna have to power through so many runs, you don't always have the time to spend 3 hours on each. You kind of want to get started off right so that you're spending your time on the thing that works. But still, I think there's also this other side where you're looking, okay, there is still a world record in this, and I also gonna have to get to the rest of the run to get that more consistent, so that you don't get nervous in the end. So I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's like for me it was always like difficult to decide whether or not I wanted to like give up on a run because it just started poorly, because of course there's like a lot of run left, but it's also like a lot of run left.
Yeah.
Where it's like you really like with like some shorter games, like when you know that like you may have had a bad start but the rest of your run is only 10 minutes. You're like, well, if I have a good end game and PB by 3 seconds, like, huzzah, you'll be kind of happy about it. Whereas, like, when you have, like, 3.5 hours, it's like, ooh, do I really like want to even take that much time just for a small PB when you know it can be better? Like that was always my mentality, where I was like, I know that this can just be better early, and it's
But
like
honestly,
there's a long time to go. But yeah, like Nakuri's absolutely right. Like you should definitely like play the game to, you know, play the game
60 seconds.
rather than to just like go for perfection every time, which was something I struggled with and still do. But like, good God, even when I was having like 8-hour runs, like I would still,
It's gonna be close.
like I was YOLOing 1-3, like how we kind of do it today, and I was YOLOing 2-3, both. I was YOLOing everything for chapters 1 and 2, and was not taking anything else when I first started, which is like crazy to me.
Gross.
Yeah, was not great, and I'm pretty sure I would reset off of 1 death as well, which for like Church and Circus wouldn't be technically that much time loss,
Yeah.
but like
I mean,
1 death, it's like
Brox had
reset.
that world record with a death in 5-1, so
Right.
makes sense. But when I'm, for example, saying like don't discard your like bad chapter 1 too easily, and saying like you should maybe try to work with the cards you're dealt with, I'm not against risks. For example, if you are behind in 1 through, you don't have to save. If you are behind, you can just like YOLO the power potions and so on and so on. I'm not against basically killing off the run by doing a dicey roll, as long as you just like not throw away immediately just by this, oh, this could be better. This could be better kind of thing sometimes, I think, kills a lot of runs that could have been world records or practice at the very least for the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and my mentality had always been, and it's changing a little bit, that like if the game gave me crap luck at the beginning, it's likely going to give me some better luck later to just balance itself out. And like that makes no sense. Like I could continue to get bad luck, but I would find often that like, yeah, if I lose 5 minutes in a chapter, I would make up 5 minutes over the next 3 somehow.
Yeah.
So
like,
that's why
absolutely.
I continued runs, you know.
Yeah, which is understandable. I probably, you know, and you've completed a lot of runs due to it as well.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing at all.
439.44. Ty, congrats.
Yeah,
Good world record.
Breaking
Not only
the 445 and the sub 440.
Yeah. Not only did you take my world record away from me, you broke 2 massive milestones in one go and completely destroyed my spirit.
I'm sorry.
But the best part is the next world record, which is literally 3 seconds
3 seconds,
faster.
yeah. Right, which I was like trying to figure out exactly like how it could possibly be, but it just happened to have just enough good luck at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, Cloud, what do you remember about this run?
I just remember the ending and thinking about all of the calculations that I was making, and it ended up being exactly right at that time. If it was wrong, then I wasn't gonna get it. That's all I remember.
What did you have? Did you ever run with notes?
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah, still
give
have.
a brief discovery. Like, what did you typically have for a page of notes generally?
Well, what do you mean? Like how long?
Well, yeah, like if you were to have notes for 7-1, for example, like did you have it like turn by turn, or did you have just like very short like reminders of like where to go or what to do, or did you have like how in depth was it?
My note taking for Shining Force 1 from the start was never going to be as in depth as Shining Force 2, just because it's not as technical. But yeah, I kind of came in with the attitude that I didn't want to have to look at notes constantly and still be able to speedrun, so that's kind of what attracted me to this game too.
Right.
Basically, I only have notes for 1-2 with the experience, and then my next note after that would be like 3-1 and 3-2, just reminders on a little bit of menuing. And then I don't really get into turn-by-turn stuff until, right about chapter 7. So chapter 7 and 8, just to have it on there if you need to look for a refresher. But generally, I won't need to look at any of that. Just still look at most of the menuing stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense because I think that's what most people usually did was having notes for menuing, because the item swaps and such can be easily forgotten and can actually just like ruin runs.
Yeah,
I
I've even
remember-
had like reminders to fix the power ring at certain instances just to have it on there, but I've kind of went away from that too.
Yeah, because like I think even when I started running the game, I don't actually recall ever using notes, which was also a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like I don't know
think-
why I was so dumb, but good God, like they are kind of useful to use.
Right, because
me-
I wasn't a new Shining Force runner at this point, just a new Shining Force 1 runner.
Right. McCurry, did you ever use notes?
Yes, I still have my notes, which I basically take and develop every single time I return to the game and improve it. I usually memorize the battles by heart, basically. I just practice them long enough that the movements inside the battle and doing everything just like goes completely naturally. That's also part of enjoyment to me. I think similar to like a Cloud Carry who just would like to just play the game instead of like having to look on the notes.
Mhm.
What I mostly have in my notes is like item movement and character switches and stuff like that. So that I'm not making any mistakes in that part, because that's also a pretty annoying part to make mistakes on.
Yeah, you never feel
Oh,
good about
stuff
it.
like, I don't know, when in 6-1 you would give and equip the speed ring to Peli and stuff like that. Like these little interactions between characters sometimes where you have to make sure, okay, yeah, I actually want to give the ring in that turn to the character. These are kinds of things I have in there, but especially in between the battles. Which character do I switch in for for whom? Which items do I have to pass? I'm still getting nervous even to this day, even though I've done it a million times by now, before 4-1 to do all the item stuff. You never want to like start 4-1 and suddenly something is not there where it's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is the kind of stuff where I just want to have my notes and just have a checklist and be sure, always sure that this doesn't go wrong. If I then just run into a horrible 4-1, that's just the speed run.
Yeah. It's like usually I usually feel pretty confident with myself when like I'm trying to like force something into my brain. But good grief, when we started doing like Aleph strats in 8-1 so that we could do faster Umladu, the amount of times I was like pinging Brox to
Yeah, I
tell me
know!
like what I needed to swap for 8-1. Like, I'm just like crap. I was like shit. Like who am I supposed to swap again?
Just
like-
write it down, Ty.
I literally pinned it on top of Discord so that I could have it. And it was like still wrong or something. It got changed again. I was like what is it?
Well, that's part of that too. Is like we transitioned or we changed people out differently throughout the whole game, and so it's
Yeah, like-
theoretically it should be easy to figure out which characters are different, but it's like not that simple sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'cause-
and then like this in particular has Henri in a very important position, which helps from the next formation coming in. So how do you actually write that down in the notes? And
right.
I think originally it was I just had it to be like 2 left of pillar. Those are the kind of notes that I take.
That was
You
a
have a
game
landmark.
Cloud. Like I
That's
don't know
what?
how I missed. It was a game changer for me. I don't know how I missed it, but like putting Henri there instead of on top of the conch changes this battle, and it's insane to me. Like that I didn't see that until Cloud one day in stream. It's like, oh, just move Henri to the side. Here's a video.
Yeah, she does kind of need to outturn the shellfishes though, huh?
True.
Like,
So
some
the thing
argument
is, like anything that's below Henri won't go past her now. So they'll
Right.
just keep lining up there.
yeah, because normally
and
you
I
get
think
like a
it's-
conch on the left that can go up and kind of block.
It's Henri and Domingo because they're forcing them into that one tile. They're aggro.
Yeah. Because I'm also getting this like 3-man. Like this just ended up being such a good 5-3.
I guess it's like, it doesn't even matter that it's Henri at that point, right? It's basically Domingo's AI priority and then the funnel you create by having only one space available for the enemy to move up. Therefore, they
Right.
stop before that. As soon
It
as
could
that
just
tile
as
blocks.
easily be Tao, except for the fact that she's squishier.
Mhm.
Fishes do damage.
Yeah, Cloud, you took a 215 Balbazak at this point. Which I think, Ty, your world
Yeah.
record had a 210.
Yeah.
So even here, like we're seeing the optimizations occurring. The fact that Ty had a 210 and Cloud beats Ty by 3 seconds here means that there's 5 minutes on the table, basically.
Yeah.
And you know what else? Another interesting point is that my sum of best is only like 10 minutes better than this now. And yet
Hmm.
we're going to be like 15 to 20 minutes ahead of this pace here eventually soon.
Yeah.
Also, I feel that Ty, of all people, has like especially run the first 4 chapters the most.
Yes.
So I'm usually not surprised when I see Ty pulling off the craziest Balbazak times. Where again, it pulls me towards this thought trains, like don't give up your second half of the game. There's probably a lot of strength that you guys can find, while Ty is still rocking that Balbazak and probably taking all the hope from you.
Well, yeah, I
Definitely.
definitely remember people saying in chat before, like comparing Ty's and I's game back in like early 23 of being like, well, Ty's got the stronger front half, I've got the stronger back half.
Your pinky.
And
no
I-
different
a
than
lot of that, I
like
think, just had to do
into
with
a-
The fact that I would play to the back half and Ty would reset
Yeah,
in the first half.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, cause the amount of streams that Brox has done where he's like doing just like chapter 8 practice or chapter 7
Honestly,
practice
I
was
can't
like
bite my own fingers.
more than the runs that he did, which like was mad respect to Brox because like that's like what you really should do when practicing the game.
I'm
You
just
know, is
like,
actually
alright,
practicing the chapters so
you're
that
good
you
guy.
know everything just goes how you would want it to. It's just then it becomes the like real question of like, are the characters actually going to be the levels of like the levels you have at that point?
Yep.
You know, because it's usually not gonna always happen. But
Or just a little bit different stat.
yeah, exactly. You get that
Distribution.
faster Balbroy or something,
I've been in the same
and
boat.
it's
Right.
like, what the hey?
Hey,
But-
Yeah.
can we show like the last 5 actions in the previous run?
Absolutely.
Because that is something I actually wanted to highlight is the ending, because I knew for a fact that it was coming down to the wire, and there's a little bit of a interesting decision that can be shown off.
Yeah, anytime you guys want me to play something, feel free to just throw it in because it's just there for background. Where do you want
Oh, we can-
to see?
Just basically like the last 5 actions. It's like 2 Tau casts maybe on Dark Dragon,
Oh, they're Dragonfly. Nice.
because it's relevant to the HP level, right? I knew that it was coming down to the wire.
Had we implemented the new Dark Dragon here yet? Looks
No.
like it.
Well,
Well,
yes.
somewhat new. We've got focus on the left head first. Henri's on the stand. So yeah, this was a game changer too. Like when we started really looking at Dark Dragon, this went from a 10-minute fight to a potentially 7-minute fight.
Yeah, who's mostly responsible for this strat?
That would be me.
Nice.
Yeah, I had always kind of thought if we can go up the left side and go one by one, then it might be faster than having to come at it from the sides or middle out. And it ended up being right, but only because of certain factors that weren't really a factor when the strats were originally first made for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got lucky with Aleph strats because it placed our mages in a position that put Tau and Henri on the left-hand side and made it possible for Henri to get that freeze 4 on that first head on the first round. And so after
Right.
once we saw that, it was like, dude, we should just focus the left head.
Yeah, and so many strats develop as a result of just what you're dealt with, and then you see, can I rework anything with this positioning as opposed to what it was before, and then it just continues to snowball. As I was saying before, with things keep changing, and that's pretty much why.
I also feel that it was probably a little bit before that, but previously there was more of a choice between Hanzo and Musashi. Hanzo was not picked all the time. put a lot of faith into Musashi as a strong character and damage dealer on Dark Dragon. But then, of course, we kind of start to figure out that Hanzo has this crit chance, double attacks, and all that stuff with the katana. So that he would be someone who would, on average, deal a lot of damage to Dark Dragon, which kind of freed Musashi more a little bit to be a little bit more supportive and also be a body blocker and all that stuff. That enabled a whole different thinking to deal with the armed skeletons. 1 year ago and more, I think it would not be thinkable to have the armored skeletons run around so much.
Totally.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that Bulbaroy kind of takes the place of Domingo's previous role
Yeah.
in controlling aggro. So that would be the main one.
Again, it's like, even though it doesn't ever seem like it, having like the one less character in pretty much any map will always be kind of a decent time save. So yeah, not having Domingo here, and because the fact that Bulbaroy can tank the Demon Blaze at all, Demon Breath is like why not? Like the exact same thing gets done with a freeze spell that's better than Freeze 2. So it makes complete sense.
Cloud, we're at like basically the end here. Wanna
Yep.
walk
Freeze
through it?
1.
Watch the spell casting here. That's a freeze 1.
Mhm.
Okay.
88.
Were you calculating all of this when you're like
No, it wasn't calculated. It was just basically like
perfect? Like
just
damage?
kind of a guess, an estimate. Yeah.
29. Well, 59 damage left. Stay in with Max.
Yeah, it's
trusting
really Castaway, how's it
I
going?
kind of had it in my mind that if Hanzo was gonna double or crit, then he was gonna need a little bit more damage.
Mhm. So yeah, you cast that freeze and oh no, 2.
Goes down to 2 HP, yeah. And she has just enough mana left.
Nice. So that freeze was so important actually. You didn't know it, but holy cow.
Who did you have the black ring on Musashi at this point?
I don't think I did that. I think I was just afraid to put Max too close.
Yeah, understandably. Yeah, I know that, like, funny. Then it can
Something
just
that
be like
Draciel
that.
is more into.
Yeah, I saw that. I noticed that when skimming through it. I was like, I'd never noticed that. Nor did I
It's-
ever ask the reason as to why, I suppose.
Well, we kind of like always posit like, oh, what if this or what if that, and
Yeah.
then it ends up somebody likes something more than the other person, even if they didn't initially come up with it. With a good example of that being Brox's Castaway 3-2, which I prefer. But then you make things your own as well, so it's nice.
I've been adopting that one again since I don't want all 4 Pegasus Knights attacking Tau.
Right?
Yeah.
Without a centaur in that battle, it's just terrifying.
The scariest thing ever. And a golden chaos as well, which is nice.
I can't remember too if by this point did we have the new Colossus strats in place. I think your world record just before this tie was like you were still using your old Colossus. If
Yeah, I
remember.
know. I was using my old Colossus strats.
You know what?
For a long,
This is
long
going to
time.
be the straight up the middle Colossus, I believe.
Yeah, so this might be the first time that we see straight up the middle Colossus in a run.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you guys were doing it pretty early on. I don't
Yeah, and
remember
then-
the exact time on when it like initially started, but it was pretty early.
In the more updated version, you just go left, and then the funny thing is that we didn't think to go left until No Worries had actually put something out on it.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, is this right? And we were like, wait a minute, that's brilliant.
we got No Worries out of retirement for 1 month.
Yeah.
And then he's retired again.
Yeah, he had some input on the circus snipe as well, so
Yeah, there was a lot
That
of
is-
things. He
that
was
is kind of,
technically the one that started the faster circus, yeah. because he had
No.
May going up to like the top corner of Marionette, and for some reason Marionette wasn't freezing her when she was just like solo killing Marionette, I believe.
Which is probably just randomness, but
it was
it is
luck.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, when did that happen? That was back in August, I believe, is when he showed up again after Brox really pushed for him to do some runs, do some races. He never ended up getting to join the races, but he totally at least did a couple streams where he was trying to do the game. I was going to get some clips of him running the game because it was, he had a bad time. Like, I don't know if anyone else was ever watching his runs when he did streams, but like, holy god, the game was really not giving him a nice welcome back. Which is probably why he left again.
Yeah. Yeah, Shining Force gives and Shining Force taketh. Blessed be Shining Force. It can be so brutal, and it's funny, like I look at someone like Dracio who's done so much practice, so much routing, like he's put in the time for sure, but he also like he got some really good runs without a lot of attempts. It's like, what the heck, man? Where's my luck?
Yeah, I used to complain a lot about my luck as well, even though usually it was just my stupidity the most of the time, I imagine.
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of it just comes down to me being an idiot.
That'll always happen. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't avoid the bad RNG. It's just, where is it going to happen?
Yeah.
But yeah, there was quite a lot happened over the summer. Like, I know I went through all of Shining Force 1's Discord from the beginning of this year to the end of it. Just to see what I guess got listed and placed away. Because it's also like, even though there was, us running the game, there was also some other like newcomers that came around, because really at the beginning, like the beginning of the year was pretty slow. I don't remember, I believe Cloud was running in technically in January in the beginning of the year. Like, so was Brox.
Yep.
But also Birdman came into the scene to start running out of nowhere. And he was actually putting up good times.
Remember that guy?
Remember that guy? Like, that was
Yeah.
kind of wild.
That was wild. That guy played for like a month and freaking subbed 5 when it took me like a year and a half to get there. You little jerk.
Yeah, and I was like, I know he never messaged me or talked to me and he never asked me for any help or asked any questions on what to do or anything. Is like, I don't know if he ever asked you, Brox, or anyone else for advice, but
After watching Ty for so many years, it just clicks.
well, yeah,
So
it's like when you see it, it's like you can practically, it's like picture perfect memory, I would imagine.
I think
He
I do
said it's
remember-
easy. This
Yeah.
game's easy.
Yeah, he's like, world record is free.
I do remember him saying
Like it
something
is.
along the lines of, "You guys have made it so easy." So like
Oh, that too.
our strats at that point were just like they were very consistently the same thing. So all you had to do was just run the same thing.
I
do
feel-
the same thing. Go ahead.
I feel it's also kind of weird for us to define what, like, of course, you all are like basically trying to hunt this world record. So you're down there around the 430 and just like playing on this level. But what is actually the time that you would reach if you're playing the game some? Like, if you're maybe going from like completely new to like a couple of runs, where would you end? And for the longest time, this was basically the sub 5 club, where basically, like, if you get a sub 5 time, you kind of have shown that you have advanced to a certain level, that you know how to do these battles, optimize them a little bit, and then from that point on, it starts to be the grind, where you just like try to get just the lucky shots all throughout the run, to then get made to the 450 and then to the 446, which was there for a million years. And then you had people like Jake, for example, who then got like a 522, 24 or something. So getting close to 5, but not quite. Alongside with Los Bluntas, for example. And then Birdman came and basically got the sub 5 in itself. So he broke this kind of like holy threshold towards like the last stretch towards the world record runs. But by now the strats have so much changed that we actually don't know where most of us would end up with if we adapted the strats, practice them, get the runs done, and then see where we all stand after 5 runs. Like, probably not where are we? 440, 450? Where would we be? And I think that's very interesting. I would really like to see this threshold redefined again. What is the cool guys club, when you just like use modern strats and apply them correctly. And I think lots of it comes down to like new people being able to finish a run and not be discouraged beforehand, because the first half can be quite brutal also.
Yeah, and there was always sub 5 was always like so hard to obtain, and now I see it as something that's like almost easy to obtain. It definitely shouldn't be. Like, it's definitely the wrong mentality to be like, oh, anything like only like this sub 5s is like where you want to be, because like anyone starting the game like could be more than happy even still with a sub 6 run, I would imagine. But yeah, it's getting to that point where it's like, with how much easier things have gotten, it's like expectations, at least for me, always seem to keep increasing, which is like bad for the most part, because I'm expecting like a lot from like, I suppose my expectations also rose when like Draciel and Cloud started running the game, because they also like were improving their runs dramatically for just like 2 months. Because like Birdman did the exact same thing as they did, really. It's like after just a couple months, like the amount of time that went down was like astronomical. But I don't think I would put them in the same category as like I don't know, someone that probably hasn't watched the run at all. I mean, it's hard to put in my mind like where a typical like run should rather be, and like what kind of goals you should be setting for yourself, because I don't know if a sub 5 time is actually like, again, an easy time to like realistically look for anymore. Like in my mind it is, but like I think that's being too harsh. Obviously you want to take like one step at a time, but like I in my mind it's always been, I think anyone can get sub 5 with a decent amount of time, but
yeah,
I'm not sure anymore, honestly, because I know before
Still a
it was
good
like
goal.
sub 6 is a good goal, but of course that'll happen one step at a time. But is sub 5 easy to achieve? Question mark.
Cloud, you had something?
Yeah, lost it.
It's lost to time.
I just noticed, I mean, cheeky little Birdman is right there in the chat, I can see. And Ty, you mentioned that Birdman never really asked you for help, but I see a founder's badge on this guy, so he has been with you for quite a while. Maybe he just watched you from the shadows and soaked up all the knowledge and the practice from you and watching you constantly. Maybe that's where it came from, that he was adapting so quickly the sub 5 run for himself.
Says he memorizes the run, but okay, like how? I'm like curious. Like, it's a lot of stuff to memorize. Like I bet he probably didn't even use notes either. He probably just did it with 0 notes.
I do think some people are better at memorizing things. So like I'm in that camp. The problem is, after I've memorized something and I have to memorize something new over that, is when things start to get
overwriting is hard.
Jumbled. Yeah. So yeah, I think Bird just memorized every move, and that was what he can do, or that's how he got his time.
Victory.
Absolutely.
I don't know, Bird. You agree?
I mean, because I was kind of thinking the same of like.
We'll see. Because he very well could have.
Like, surely,
like. Yeah, I mean, he could have also just practiced offline. Like, he streamed a lot. Who knows what he was doing offline as well.
Like, surely.
That's fair. I know, like, a lot of it for me was like I said, when I started, I watched your tutorial videos twice through, and then I just started doing it, and like once I remembered all the moves, That was all it took for me. But it was a lot harder for me to chip away time.
Interesting.
Now, like when I look at the run and
Where do we start?
the route that I have memorized now,
Span of it.
if I get anything over 5, it's like that's ridiculous. That's an awful time to me.
Forgot to
right?
go for sticks.
So like
Right.
445 almost seems pretty routine at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if that's just because
okay.
of
This changes things
the
quite
experience or if that's I don't know. So like to your point, the Cool Kids Club, I think Nakuri, you kind of called it. I think Ninja Gaiden has the Ninja license, which is 12:30, I think, 12 minutes 30 seconds. Similarly, yeah, I think like 5 hours is probably
What the
the
fuck is
license for
happening?
Shining Force now. You serious speedrunner, 5 hour is
Pretty
the
sure this is
Shining
illegal
Force
in some
license.
cases, what I'm doing to these enemies right now.
I just would really like to see the new people and myself even included, since I have not updated my run in a while. So
Yeah.
there's also lots of exciting results that I'm expecting if I ever get the time to do it again. I would really like to see just like a step up for basically like the new generation, and then see where it's all hands, because it can be a competition on its own. Like you of course have like the world record region, but then maybe there's a fair competition like in the sub 5 area, and like how quickly are results quickly can you get results in these areas, if will people beat each other. And then I would like to see results. Where are we standing actually there? Aside from people who are just like diving deep enough and spending so much time that they can even go towards world record, because it's a very heavy time investment for sure.
Thank you, Sippy.
Yeah.
It definitely is. Let's see. Okay, so Birdman also had notes for inventory changes and swaps. Seems like
At this
everyone
point,
did
I have no notes at this point.
Zero.
And I probably, yeah, I have nothing written down.
Can we have
What about
a
you, Cloud?
1-2 that gets us the sub 1430?
Oh yeah, I run with them every time.
Can it be done?
Yeah, usually in my mind, it's like, even though it's like, if you would know everything, it's like, why not just have it there just to have it there, just in case you randomly forget?
Fair.
I mean, Brox apparently doesn't have any notes. That explains why suddenly Hans is there in 1-2.
That's true.
Simply forgot because he didn't write it down that it should not be Hans.
Yeah, that just... He done goofed, Captain.
You lost respect for me, Pyro, because I have no notes? Come on. That
Yeah,
should
that's
be
an
a game.
upgrade. Yeah, that's a good
All right.
thing.
I want to. I don't want to skip over a couple of the records that we had. So after
Oh,
Cloud's 4:39.41, beating Ty by 3 seconds, he improved his time literally like just like 9 days later. Improved by like 4 minutes. So Cloud, anything you remember about that run that was different?
Which one is that? The
So I think it's the 4:35. So not quite breaking the 35 threshold, but
I totally forgot.
still an awesome time. And it was around this time, I think, like Cloud improved by 4 minutes, that I think we all kind of realized like who's going to be the first one to break 4:30. And there was a serious push, I think, by all 4 of us at this point. Like, we want to be the first to break 4:30.
I think
Yeah, July was pretty loaded. I ended up having 4 PBs, I believe, in 1 month.
you did. Which was kind of crazy. Because that was kind of the other thing. I know with like almost every like big like Draciel, that was the weird thing. Draciel had really big PBs, like 5+ minutes, like every time. And then you, Cloud, had constant like 1 to 2 minute PBs that just kept dishing out. For like every one that he did, you probably whipped out like 3 or 4. It's just like, what the heck?
Well, and that's like very Draciel loves routing, and Draciel loves like hitting a battle over and over again until it's completely optimized. And so I think like Draciel, and it just makes sense too. Like, and part of the reason why you had mentioned earlier why I practice chapters
Mhm.
is because time constraints. Like I work 9 to 5, so if I wanted to stream at night, I'm like I can't do a full run. Like it's just too much of a time commitment. So I'll stream for 3 hours and I'll practice chapter 7 over and over and over and over again.
Right.
And I think Draciel has a lot of that too, where during the nights, during the weekdays, he'd be practicing, and then come the weekend, he'd start a run, and he's got it all down. So it's just if he gets one off, he's going to PB.
I
Exactly.
can imagine that's basically the mode of speedrunning Shining Force for many people. It wouldn't be different for me either. I would also always take like streaming times and weekdays to just go over the single chapters, and I would only have Saturday available ever to, or Sunday maybe sometimes, to then attempt a full run. Which also then makes it so that I should try to finish runs rather than trying to optimize the first few chapters or something, because just doing runs will yield much better results and much more quickly.
Yeah, very true. There was definitely a lot. Like, I don't know why summer was such a big hit, but it absolutely was. Because, like, August was in, like, the same boat. Like, Brock's, like, literally everyone PB'd in August. Everyone PB'd in July.
It was the sub 430 race.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, yeah, that was another thing. The only unfortunate thing with my, need to make another capture. Hold on.
Yeah,
Because after this run and everyone pushing for 434, is where things were actually like really wild.
The 430 push was real by all of us, and I remember saying on so many streams, like at any point, any one of the four of us could break that 430 barrier. So it's like, who's gonna get it first?
And what's way more wild to me than that is it's not such a long time ago that we were jokingly giving each other 430 hero names. Like some kind of like far-fetched idea, like some crazy goal, like, yo, just do 430, ha 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 ha. And then suddenly a couple of months later, it's on.
Yeah, it's insane.
Right.
Well, I remember too watching some like No Worries videos from back in the day where he would just say something like, well, we've calculated that the theoretical best is 435.
Right.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that just always seems to change. It's like even then he was always really, I would say, over-exaggerating times as well. Like, I know even at this point, I think it was like even already talking, he's like, yeah, the like best possible time would probably be like a 420. I think that was already being said at like this point, if I remember correctly.
I mean, Cloud usually jumps to much higher than I do because I'm pretty conservative, but I'd say 420 is definitely on the table at this point.
It definitely is now. Yes.
Yeah.
Sub 410 category killer.
Category killer 410.
It's 2024 now. We're all at the start line again. I'm curious to see where it goes.
I think 420 is the. I mean, obviously, let's start with the small milestones of 425, but 420 is probably all in our brains a little bit.
I wanted to show an image if I could, game.
So, I mean, Cloud, on your Balbazak time here in your next PB, you're literally 6 minutes ahead. And that was the difference. You had a 2:15 that world record, and if you just had a good start.
Yeah. Yeah, just think that back half with even a 10-minute better front half. Not a terrible time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this?
It turned into everyone getting sub 435. And everyone being, at one point, less than 30 seconds from each other.
Oh, that was insane.
Literally
Yeah, and
like
looking at the
27
dates
seconds
on
of
that too.
time difference.
Every 5 days, somebody was getting a major PB, basically. Every 6 days.
Yeah, because then after when did the 435 from Cloud happen? This was back in July, I believe.
Cloud's world record. You
Okay,
said?
yep. I see. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's-
then Draciel was still
Draciel is the
behind. He
first.
was still like climbing up and having like 450 times. He had just recently got sub 5 himself. And that was always the thing that was always something to like look out for, because like you would never be able to see these guys stream, but you do know that they would post a PB if they get it. And it's just like you never know when it's gonna like happen. Usually, at least when you're watching it live, you're like, oh, you might PB this run in like a few hours because it's looking pretty good. Where then like literally you're just like sleeping, wake up, someone has a PB. It's like, what the heck just happened?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're gonna run into that really soon with the Cloud and Ty back-to-back world records within a matter of 24 hours.
I know, right? Because one of the first.
It does look like Draciel was the first to break the 435 barrier, though, in September.
Yeah.
He gets most of the barriers.
Yeah,
he did. And he has a really good 5-1, I believe.
So this is probably when we changed 5-1.
Yeah, I think this was the time that we had 5-1 finalized. I'm trying to remember.
That is something else too. Like, there's kind of a randomness aspect to it as we're all developing these strategies. Who's going to be the first one to get something on the new route, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not all necessarily equal in that aspect.
Oh, let me grab my notes really quick because I think one of the Cloud.
What notes? You said you don't do any. You lied to us.
I did some. There's one Cloud thing that I need to highlight, but it's not until Cloud's 432. So
Okay, yeah, let me know about that. Yeah, so it seems like the 5-1 got finalized in the middle of August. So
well,
when
and
was
this is
from?
actually
2 months ago. So yeah, this
this-
would have been it, yeah.
yeah, but it's not even necessarily finalized because we have
true,
Ken.
yeah. Right.
So now poor old Ken's sitting in the graveyard at this point.
Yeah, that is.
So, Retro J was just asking why we think that he or other fairly new people struggle to finish a run. So, what are your thoughts?
Notes.
Not enough
Saves.
Not enough safety saves.
Not enough saves. Exactly.
Mm.
That's how
I'll-
we all powered through it in the beginning.
That's literally like the reason why Brox probably has more finished runs than anybody else.
I saved all the time.
He's saving
And
for
I've-
every priest hit.
Just to piss you off. Ty.
It's like,
I'll just go with what I said previously, that basically like we start to overanalyze the early bits of the game because we do them so much that we put too much importance on them. And especially everything that is not world record hunting makes it so that chapter 1, chapter 2, it really doesn't matter all that much if you are behind or things just don't work out as you want it to be. You know it could go better, you know the fight should look differently. But even, especially in the region like above 5 hours, you would just have dozens of minutes to save simply by completing a run. So just basically being less hard on yourself is going to help you finishing a run. And never mind the state of it at the start.
Yeah, and I'd also say early on, like, Birdman, go use the bathroom. Dang it! You can still You can still get a sub 5 if you have a 2-minute bathroom break.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I always would struggle super hard to just push it into the end of chapter 4. But it's always a struggle. Like, is there... I can't remember which... I PB'd with a bathroom break at the end of... Dang, it's Max almost dies there. Jesus. I almost PB'd, or I did PB with the bathroom break at the end of chapter 2 where I did lose time. I can't remember which one that one was, but... Yeah, like, that it costs like 30 seconds or so sometimes, but it's still like... Yeah, it usually isn't the end of the world.
I think I had a PB once where I went to the bathroom at the end of Michela.
Yeah,
Wasted a minute.
remember
Yep,
that?
and I had a world record where I accidentally went into Colossus battle, I think, and then there was also one where I didn't go talk to Kane and just walked away.
Oh yeah, there was. I remember. I think that same run we had like a really it looked like a forgettable like chapter 7, where I remember. I think in your notes you were saying nerves were getting to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I was like, oh man, he's on such a good pace and he's like forgetting to talk to people. That was
Yeah.
brutal.
No, I'm so sad that Dracy is here because now all of you went on. Oh yeah, of course I went on toilet when I did a world record run. So kind of like, yeah, I did that. And I'm sure that Dracy will probably say that as well now.
Yeah, probably.
Hey man, if you run while not on stream, you could just run on the toilet if you really want to.
So that's what I think Birdman was talking about. It's like, just play on the toilet, you'll be fine. Don't need to
So
worry
what
about
you're saying
anything.
is, if you want to be a professional signing for a speedrunner, you're gonna have to have a toilet nearby so that you can do the break quickly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So that
All
was
right.
that was a gold 5-1, but I honestly like compared to what it is now, not that great.
Right.
Or at least
That
be more
Max
upside.
looked scary. That
yeah.
was on the verge of death.
True, it's like that usually isn't ideal, right? Which is kind of funny because I know, like, again, even at this time, this was a run from 3 months ago. Like, I wasn't really, I know, like, Brox Cloud and Draciel, like, you guys had, like, a group, right? Where you guys had really done a lot of routing together and kind of optimized strats. As far as I know at least I talked to Brox a little bit about that. Like, it seemed like he had talked to you guys a lot and was learning a lot from you guys. And I know Cloud, even with Shining Force 2, you and Draciel talked to each other to like learn so much on that anyway. So I
Yeah.
knew that was gonna happen with Shining Force 1 as well. But it's like I would imagine like the 5-1 had been worked on off scenes prior to this point, I would think.
Yeah.
This was one
I
that I
can't-
really struggled to adopt because I felt like I had come up with a 5-1 that I really liked. And I was like so pissed that another one of my strats was being overwritten. And it took me a while to finally adopt this one because it's like, well, it's just better. Yeah.
It's very
There's a
true.
weird little level of like pride in your strats that you develop, and then you have to like lay it down and humble yourself and be like,
There's a weird
okay,
hiccup
these
there.
guys are making something better than me. I need
Like a lag
I need to
frame or
look at
something,
it.
but Stop scrolling down for just a hair.
Right.
What is
Yeah.
that? Right?
There's,
How are
there's
you?
a drive to be competitive as well with that.
True.
Yeah, and then this was
Alright,
my
Hanzo,
434,
your magic.
which was
Make me a happy
one of the most
camper.
heartbreaking runs I feel ever. Because
You were 10. I remember this, dude. You were 10 minutes ahead, and I think I was going for a jog or something, and I was like, I can't believe he's losing this run. What an idiot.
yeah, it's like
Right now?
it goes so bad. That's why like I remember I highlighted this 8-1 just because of how bad this kind of goes as well.
It
I'm
was
pretty sure.
it was here, right? Yeah, it was in 8-1 that it just
Can you
blows up.
imagine if I
Oh.
could-
Yeah,
There are many
little-
situations where I cannot watch a Shining Force 1 world record pace. It's like, it's just too nerve-wracking for me. And it's like, I'm not even the one who's speedrunning it. Like, there's a guy sitting there and has to like hold the fort. But I'm like, I don't want to see him fail. This is just like my heart.
It is so tilting when like something so simple just doesn't go according to plan in the late game.
Both your Henri and your Balbroy outturned the left Chimera.
Yeah.
Like, that is so unlucky.
Which is really, really
and a Chimera outturned Tau as well.
bad.
Oh, you know what? You know why I was pissed at you? It's because you always kill Aleph here. I'm like, if you just don't kill Aleph, like you would have been fine.
Right. Yeah, this got really heated real quick because I think Bulbaroy outturns Chimeras again. Like 8-1 on terrible turn orders is not fun. And this was like another thing why like promoted Max strats never really kind of worked out as well. Like Max ends up being kind of pretty fast, but like he starts tying with Chimera speed so frequently often at this point.
Did I put
It's
the
like it's
thing on
so
something?
scary.
I think I did.
Yeah, Henri speed is always a struggle here. The fact that Balborough outturned is just ridiculous. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, that, like there's a lot of, and Domingo outturned one as well. It's like there's
Ah.
things like that that's like this should never happen, but it's like
Why is
here
this
we are,
happening?
just getting a great pace, and it's like the game is just
Why are
I
giving
see
you
the
double middle
frustration
finger.
on your face.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
Like no one has to work with this nonsense. This never happens.
What the fuck is this Chimera doing?
So
Like, even,
very
like,
rare.
Having to like pause there and think about it when you should actually know all the outcomes of these
Yeah.
very turns. Like
I have-
that something goes
I've-
so wrong that you have to think about it.
I have never seen that formation, and I had to deal with it in the like one of his best runs ever. Ty is dealing with it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like I'm amazed that we didn't die here. I think I lose like 4 minutes from this nonsense. But
I'm gonna
yeah, it's like
hit all four of
it's
these.
one thing to like get like a Tau outturn or a Bulbaroy outturn or an Henri outturn, like that'll happen from time to time, but like so many things were wrong here. It was just like this was a for sure first to me, because yeah, usually I'm very confident with like understanding most situations that are in quotations wrong.
Yep.
But like this was just
I'm
like
starting to fall apart
otherworldly.
really hard.
yeah, I
Yeah.
had to pause and think because I was like, this is one we haven't done before.
But that is basically the later chapters in a nutshell. Like both like 7-1 and 7-3, and then basically almost every fight in chapter 8 explodes in your face as soon as you lose control over specific enemies. Like they just annihilate you. And that, at this point, when 7-1 goes wrong, what are you even doing anymore? It's like you're just like slowly going towards your doom.
Yeah, because that's like the later, like 7-1 and 8-3 are like really good examples, I think, of like knowing what to do when things aren't going according to plan. Like with 8-3 especially, like Colossus is like pretty easy on paper when it's like, if you just send Bulbaroy and like Domingo here, then you're gonna be fine. But it's like it's a completely different story when Bulbaroy like has one jet outturn him.
Mhm.
And then he goes, or like same with like Domingo, like or Bulbaroy outturning the like Colossus had, so that he's not really able to go up.
I mean, it's no surprise that, for example, Bowie gets discouraged heavily at 8-3. So such a gatekeeper.
No, I totally forget about
Oh,
that too. That was kind of sad. I wish we had like the proper 8-3 strats for the time that Bowie did try running the game, because our 8-3
Yeah.
strats were still really bad at that point. That was like when
That also.
I think I remember that was literally when he started was the time that 8-3, at least for turn 1, changed at least. So that only one person would get hit by a Chimera and you'd get the 3-man formation instead of the weird like 2-man wall that we were doing.
Mm.
It was like one slight thing. There was a lot of things that eventually changed to make 8-3 as great as it is now.
What
Why
the
did
fuck
you
am I
just
thinking?
do that?
There's
question.
even another 8-3 that you might want to take a look at. I'm not sure if you would use it, but it's
Am I
good to
gonna
know about.
fucking
Doesn't involve
crank every
Ernest.
fucking freeze that I throw at these fuckers?
No.
Because
No, it's
I got an 8-3 for you.
I'm planning on adopting it, but it involves a passing of the mobility ring from Domingo to Balboroy, just to
I'm
make
losing
sure
my
that
freezes in this fight.
if anyone outturns the Chimeras, you still like are fine.
Oh, on turn
So-
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
I mean, I
So-
Well, wait, why would you have the mobility on Domingo?
If Domingo doesn't move far enough, one Chimera will attack him and branch off. So normally I'm hoping for Henri to be able to freeze for one of the Chimeras. But if that doesn't happen and Domingo can only move 5 spaces up, then that top Chimera aggroes Domingo instead of Max. And so if you move 2 extra spaces, he's just out of range of the aggro.
I thought you guys were purposely moving Max closer to the left to make sure that Max would take the aggro.
Club?
To the left?
Yeah, like up left, one space
think-
or something like
If
that.
it's up
and
left,
then-
then you'd be going closer to them. Do you mean up right?
No, having Max be closer to them so that Max takes aggro instead of Domingo, and then you
That
would
is
be like
possible,
forced to
but-
make the 2-man wall with Musashi and Hanzao or Musashi Pele, which was the one thing I saw questionable. I'm pretty sure I saw
Oh,
somebody
I
do
think
it like
I think
that.
it's just keeping him in his starting position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of up to date, but there's a different one, different positioning than that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right though, Ty. If you did leave Max there, well then you do have to tank 2 Chimeras,
Right.
which is a little scary.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Where if you just put the mobility ring on Domingo and move up 2 extra spaces, you don't even have to tank any really. Well, I guess you still have Musashi tank 1.
Yeah, because he can tank a couple, but yeah, ideally, it is nice when just nobody is tanking Chimeras, because they're always
Exactly.
scary. The only good news, I suppose, is the Chimeras are early on in the battle, but still, even like losing characters on turn 1 or having to redo the battle after losing the end of turn 1 is still actually a lot of time lost,
Yeah.
It's fine.
which was never quite the fun time. Let's see, what else happened here in August? We need to show off. There was a lot that, other people that came in that were actually insanely impactful. Degree and Fred.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there were so many, like, honestly, that was another thing. As far as, like, RNG consistency goes, bug consistency was probably the next big thing that just made sure that stupid things weren't killing the run. It's like Degree came in, because Degree knew, like, I also wasn't really sure how Degree knew so much stuff with Shining Force 2, but Degree also played, like, a really big role in Shining Force 2 run, I remember. And it's like, I literally remember struggling to, like, know who to ask for Shining Force 2 help when I was running Shining Force 2 back then. Yeah, with Shining Force... Go ahead.
The thing is with Degree is that he has a very good technical understanding, but he needs something to go on. So if you, as a talented runner, can say, go look for this, or this X thing happened, what was going on here, that actually gives him something actionable, you know what I mean? Because
Right.
everybody's busy, you got to be able to fit things into your day, so giving him that motivation is always a big portion of it, having a back and forth between him.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know if he... I don't know if he just started looking at stuff himself, or people were asking. I know, like, I ran into, like, a chaos bug that he, like, looked over.
The YOLO master would find this bug.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he also, like, the calculations exactly for, like, counting experience
Yeah,
1, 2.
I asked him about that. I remember that one. That was insane.
For which one?
His production value actually became really good around that point too.
Yeah.
For the chaos one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I asked him about that specifically, and he made that video really quick.
Yeah, which is
So, good on him.
Yeah, because the other thing is, like, his editing of that was, like, also insanely good. Like, I'm surprised he made a video of that quality, like, that fast. I was actually really confused. If someone, can someone link me that video, in fact? Like, show
Yeah, I'm
them
working
that
on
up?
it.
Yeah, because I don't have that up right now.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, when I was working on the site, I approached Degree to help me with the starting stats of the characters because it was one of the data points I needed for the proper representation of each
insanely
character's
weak hit.
stats. And he was just helpful all the way through.
Something is
So I was very
wrong
thankful.
here.
Ram Watch was shared, and then I approached him about it, and then we worked on some more ideas. So he certainly had a huge impact also for me, getting the
Whenever you
information
make an
together.
in-battle save, the game will store every
Yeah, there
enemy's
was-
current HP, MP, and status effects into RAM
There was a
directly
lot
below
that
battle
he
data.
was surprisingly
In the
able to
example of
do.
7-1, the Minotaur
I
will
mean,
represent the first enemy,
the
Torch-Eye second,
AI video that he made
so on
to
and so forth
completely
until you
changed
reach the
our,
ninth
I
enemy,
think,
which
just
is this wyvern
un-
here.
we kind of assumed a
What
lot of
makes
things
this
about
ninth
how the
enemy
AI
relevant
worked,
is that the data
Mhm.
but
stored in
once
this
we
particular
actually got an
spot will
actual
end up being read
formula
as
for it,
Chaos's
it's like,
coordinates.
oh,
It's
we
the
could figure out
infamous
this
land
AI
effect bug where the
whenever.
defense of
Well,
the
at least
enemy is
target
mistaken as the
priority.
enemy's combatant ID.
Right.
So when you attack
There you go.
Chaos with his 35
Funny though
defense,
to see
he
how
reads
long the
the
mercy
30%
rule
you.
lived in our
battle data and
rent
flows
free.
into the data
The
that was
mercy
stored in
rule
the
was so
previous
nice to the
in-battle
thing,
Oh.
wasn't it?
save.
I mean,
It's
I still
basically
like that.
Yeah.
7-1 to avoid the
Just seemed
easy
generous.
Yeah.
Like, the game is kind of nice. Just gives us a
It is.
mercy rule.
And then you get the double mercy rule where it bounces back to the original target that it would have avoided.
Yes, because everyone only got one.
The current HP data of that
Yeah.
wyvern is
You
only get
represented
one.
in the spot where Chaos's
But
coordinates
it
are
never
read,
ended up
which is
actually
exactly
really being the case.
So there's two options
But
that you can do to avoid chaos.
yeah,
in
Degree was
reading
able to
the
figure it out
original
like
rules of the land
awfully
effect.
quickly, and like things like this.
Make
Like
an
I don't know
in-battle
how he
save
could ever really
7-1
figure out
after
that
you
like
attack and kill that
coordinates
wyvern,
in a
which will then
previous
store as new
battle,
current HP.
multiple battles
The wyvern
away
must have less than
earlier, like are
48
then
for the chaos
transmitted
to be on
into
a 0%
two
land
battles
effect
into the
pile.
future.
Or
Yeah,
more
so
so
this one
realistically,
I actually don't
just make
fully
at least
understand
one
because it
in-battle
feels like a
save
little
before
bit
attacking
different of a
chaos.
land effect bug
Because the
than the
ninth
one that
enemy
we
in this
deal with
battle is
early
this
on,
torch
Oh,
eye.
absolutely.
So we'll write over the 7-1
where the
Um,
defense
2
values
HP and
coordinate
replace it
to
with
a
the
unit
torch eye's
value.
28.
You know,
So now you might be wondering,
Yeah,
There-
this
how does
this
it
there's
one.
something
that the
different going
coordinates
on with this.
X32
Oh, absolutely.
Y0 is the 30% land effect
And
value,
I
Almost like you could trigger a credits warp?
and
Question mark?
coordinate that actually
Gotta
represents
hope
the
not.
state entirely. It has an extremely
This
simple
probably could be
implementation to
done.
it.
Like the
All it
the
does
thing
is
that
wrap
like as soon as
around.
this came out,
So
then
it
it's like a
reads what's
question
supposed
of
to be
like,
X0
okay, where else
Y1
does weird
as
like
X28
where else does this
Y0.
happen?
This is
Yeah.
the tile that
It's
it
like
used
if
when you make an
coordinates
in-battle
in other
save, and it
battles,
reads the torch's
depending on
eyes
where you
current
save,
HP
actually
and
matter,
Chaos.
then like surely it has to
X1
like
Y1 becomes
influence some
X29 Y0,
battles in other areas as
X30,
well, right?
X31,
Mm.
and X32.
I
But-
mean, the most contact we had
with
with like changing conditions and how it changes like the land effect was in 1.4. I think that's where many people experienced lots of different variants because he would aim for a specific attack value on max, and then he would still not one shot, and suddenly dwarves would survive with 2 HP. And then you would have to figure out, okay, is it like the characters, the party different? Did you die and re-enter the fight with a different formation? Or and then the case, it's the cutscene with Kane that changes the entire list, but also like saving power potions. There were just like lots of different like conditions in which you would enter this 1-4 battle, and that would change quite a bit. And since we are so specific about having max one-shotting things, of course it falls into our face when suddenly he doesn't one-shot, and suddenly it's some kind of like etherical reason why that is, because Kane was in the cutscene and he ruins
Yeah.
your day. Or like it ruins your day when he's not there, rather.
Yeah, which I was something I was meaning to ask him about as well, because I know there's a lot of cutscenes like in Church, Dark Soul appears and then disappears.
Fair.
Since like if you egress from Church, is he on the list then as well? Probably not. I did like he was able to find like so much weird things. And yet there's still like probably more to figure out. Like that's the funny thing. That's actually almost a scary thing. Is there's always usually more to look into.
Yeah.
And it can be something pretty straightforward, like what we found with 3-1 in Aemon, where we are able to manipulate the High Priest to go onto a lower land effect tile. It's somewhat obvious, but only now we're starting to realize that there are a couple more land effects we can kind of like eke out.
Yep.
Exactly.
That 3-1 discovery is like the thing that tipped me over to using May.
Yeah, that was another thing that I never really got to show off too much. There was, one of the major changes, at least for me, was running Kenless, and everyone got sad except for a few people, mostly Bowie. But I remember, like, I don't know. I
Oh.
hate the idea of doing like new strats
Mm.
that involve like completely changing the game. Like that, I mean, that's probably similar to like trying to run promoted max, where it's like you then have to like do everything over. And it's
Yep.
like you have to have
Sure
the idea of
do.
like, okay, then what are we doing while we're doing everything over? And then you just run into giant lists uh like this, and this is like isn't even half of it, where it's like you're then just like planning out exactly what you're doing in each battle, like how much time is it gonna save, like is it actually gonna be worth it? What do we do? Like the amount of
Conclusion,
time it
just a very
takes.
free time save.
It's just
Yeah,
like
you have to spend lots of time making routes work that aren't actually going to work in the end, just to
Yep.
do the legwork.
yeah, and it's like, is it gonna work? You have to like go in and try it and test it as well. And it's like you never really know till you do it.
Well,
But at
and
least the good news is at least Kenless seemed to be a success.
yeah, I mean, along those lines, as we've been developing Chapter 8, even still changing the strats, like there was a time when Draciel was going to have Adam in the group
Yeah,
because
I
it
wish
just
I had a video of
provided.
that. He used him in one of his PBs.
I
I'm pretty
think he
sure.
got a PB with Adam.
Yeah, technically,
But
he had Adam in 8-1, and it
it's just
blew my mind.
experimenting with people, experiment and see what you can do. It's still, like you said it earlier, there, if you can remove people, you're going to save more time. And I think that's just true. The thing with Ken strats that they're Ken list strats that kind of stinks is that you do have to save for the Pele attacks now on the bosses.
Mm-hmm.
But so that is a 20-second time loss there. Actually, how much
13.
does a save? 13.
Yeah.
Depend if you miss the attack, then it's like, well, that's 20 seconds. Yeah.
Right.
But so it is just a built-in time loss for getting rid of Ken. But how much time do you save by not having a Centaur in all of Chapter 3?
And it's still RNG, but you get to pick what kind of RNG you interact with if you still prefer to do other things certain ways.
Yep.
Exactly. And then it's like, I know some of those get optimized and still dealt with, still is being dealt with. Like, even now, I'm like, I feel like Musashi isn't needed in Chapter 8. I'm like in my mind, like, I'm probably going to start scrapping him.
I know, I was thinking that recently, too.
I'm always getting quite nervous when more and more characters are getting scrapped.
Yeah.
But because you guys always have this kind of like role model position where lots of new runners are basically just learning mostly by watching your runs.
Yeah.
And then there was the idea of Kenless, and it was like, okay, 3-2 without Ken. Lots of people are gonna fall off the analysis without the additional support. And then Ty was going on with Peliless. I was like, oh my god, new people will never finish a run again because there are no party members anymore.
So true.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, everyone got kind of worried because everyone thought I was, like, committed to Peliless when it, like, started just messing with it. Like, no. We're just trying it. I thought it was stupid from the get-go, but it's like, gotta at least try it, even if it seems like it's going to be bad. You just won't exactly know till you try it.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, though. My fastest 6-3 ever was with Max solo.
Oh, yeah. Wait, 6-3?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
I could believe that.
Yeah, it was bizarre. Like, just he has enough movement to be able to go through the whole thing, and if you boost him, he one-shots everything basically. And but like
Most
the
things,
way
yeah.
that what I was doing was like I had a really beefed up promoted Max, so it was like the fastest time I ever had because there was no units that were just slowing things down. I could just go. It was great.
Yeah, like there's always like questionable things. I know I've kind of said that like I've always wanted to try Domingo-less just to see how that would work. That's another idea that I think is stupid, but was something I was supposed to try or was gonna try, but still haven't because I just don't want to. That just sounds like a bad time. There's always gonna be ideas like that, but anyway, moving on. I went to the screen because of at least when
Right.
talking about Degree. I wanted to talk about Fred as well, who I don't think anyone knew about except for me. I want to say.
Yeah,
Feel
he
free
just
to correct
appeared
me if
out of
I'm wrong.
nowhere.
Yeah, so Fred, like, due to me running Castlevania 2, we were able to get Fred to join Shining Force. I don't really know how that really correlates, but I know he was interested in Castlevania way back when, and when I started getting into it, he got introduced to my stream through JC, and then found out that I run Shining Force, and he was familiar with Shining Force, and also knew quite a bit of coding, and again, a lot of big brain knowledge, where it's like, oh yeah, I could write up some programs, write up some notes, look at things as well. And it's like, sure enough, he just comes out with this just stat graph. It was like, what is this? Like, oh, it's just a program that shows you your stat gains for literally every possibility, whether you're promoting at level 15, just being non-promoted, and just seeing what your stats are going to be from like level 5 or whatever, and seeing then it's like, oh, you're going to have somewhere from 15 to 21, which was in my mind hilarious, because for the longest time, even though I'm not going to say that this like graph was like 100% accurate, but I want to say that it is, because I have no reason to like doubt it.
Yep.
But for the longest time, No Worries has always said that he had a 22 MP Tau at level 4, and that doesn't seem to be possible.
Well, I think what's interesting too is like the concept of that we've talked when I started, we described leveling up as rubber banding, right? And
Yeah.
so if you had low stats, you would rubber band back to high stats. And that's not actually the case. It's just that there's a range where your stats can be in. And if you're on the lowest end of the range, you're likely going to get gains in the next level. And it has the potential to be at the top of that range. And so it appears like it's a rubber band, a correction.
Right, that's how everyone tends to like look at it.
Who's to say that that verbiage isn't still correct though? I think some of that stuff is still
That's
relevant.
fair.
Yeah,
That's
that's
fair.
like the
Because
thing.
what are you really going to call the mercy glitch other than that, or the mercy rule? I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean
Yeah.
you have a point, and maybe there is still something baked into the code that if you're on the lower range of your where you should be right now, it'll compensate for it.
This just shows the role of playtesters and developers.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really
Keep
does.
going until you get a good experience, and then they missed the land effect bug for whatever reason,
Yeah. No.
or maybe they knew, and it was just good enough to ship.
There are 3 routines that are ran
Yeah,
to
it's
determine the
hard to
value
say.
of the
That's
target.
like one of the
The
things
first
you'd
one
also would
references the
love to have
table
one day, is like
conditional
actually
class.
talking to the
This could be
people who
0,
made the
0.5,
game
75, or
to get
100.
information
Surely-
from them.
Surely they've watched our streams, right?
It's like, I mean, I do know, like, I do watch or like look at Shining Force remixes from time to time, and I can't remember if it was like Takahashi or somebody else, or one of the music composers would like look at a lot of the like Shining Force remixes and comment in those videos that it's like, hey, I was the original composer like for this game, and everyone's like, no way, like that can't possibly be accurate, and it was. It, like, he straight up was always interested in everybody's remixes or mashups for like all the Shining Force games he worked on. It was like, so it's like it's possible that like other people from the group or crew like have seen our runs. Can't just completely throw it out.
Right.
This is true. The
Yeah,
mean,
and then they turn on Shining Force 200% and lose their minds.
They're like, this needs to be banned.
The outputs of the 3 routines are then added together.
Who allowed
to form
this?
some determined
Did we
value.
copy strike
Target
this?
base has the highest value. To count distance for the Z variable, it's as simple
Yeah,
as this.
surprisingly. Yeah, like this right here, like
1, 2, 3.
how did he get
So
this
on and so
screen
forth.
on the right
The
for
values for the class labels on the
Degree?
right-hand
Like,
side
what
will
is
articulate
this
all the
overly
calculations to find out who will be targeted.
good editing?
Once the goblin target
He's
is
got
identified by the
talent.
character, I'm going to reload a new
Like, I don't
target
even
with
know
that target
where
in
these
the
numbers
area
are
of
pulled
help,
from.
which will buffer that
Like,
accordingly to provide a new target.
like I could, I'm like, it just confuses me when I just think about
He had to have
how it would do this. Because I feel like you would have had to have like a program
for sure. For sure,
like
he wrote
make
a
it kind of
program.
work. But
He can just kind of like plug things in, and then like his version of that will look
And this part is quite
like
interesting.
that. You know what I
You'll then
mean?
block off
Right.
enemies
He
by
has
their
to
target.
do it
It
one
should
time,
it should just
and
move
then
to the next one based
it's
on
always
the
returning that result for him.
bug.
So
And instead
it's
seems to be
easier
moving
than
to the
initially
path.
you would think.
So we'll path out the same movement string. The enemy will then attack
even the
first
fact that
ally
like
that is
every
blocking
character
that
now
particular
here,
enemy
like it's
target
grayed
based on
out,
its
like when they're
Or if a fellow monster is blocking
not
that target, then there are no
involved.
allies in range to attack once it reaches the
And
enemy.
there's like,
They won't attack anyone.
I know a
So
lot.
we learned
Regardless,
in the last clip.
the whole
Once the
AI
enemy
targeting
position
kind of got
their
solved
movement
when we
path,
thought it
there
was
is more
just
than
like a
one ally
mercy
in range to
rule.
attack. It will
And
then apply the
realistically,
target
there's
calculations to
actually
these
just
characters so it
logical
will blow
math
everyone
involved,
else.
as there should be.
And this is what happens in the Kane fight.
Which
by
ended up
setting
being kind of a
situation
big
to
deal
destroy your
because a
allies
lot
and
of
kill one ally.
like
Try to
changes to
reach the main
church
goal as fast as you can
happened.
because the enemy is
Geno
blocking this path.
Cloud, I think, came up with kind of, even though the idea of like
Naturally, if
going
Domingo's health is too
like
low
on the
and
bottom
Ellie's too
side with
high,
Henri
fire
and
on his
Tau have
ally
kind of
Domingo.
always
You
existed. It
also
wasn't
may
really
have noticed
something we
in
did.
scenarios where Kane will
And I
just move
think
one
it was
tile away randomly
Cloud,
and do nothing.
maybe
This is him
Draco,
rolling a
somebody
25%
like
chance
that
to beat
group
Diesel with his sword of
just
Theranos,
always
but it also seems to
kind of
work.
messed with that
For
a little
whatever
bit,
reason, it
which
seems
like
to
helped a
make
lot
no
when
mystery to
figuring
move
out
one
that
tile and then cast the sword of
the
darkness.
targeting
It defaults
is
to him moving to the right as long as nobody is
easier to
blocking him
figure
from
out
moving in that direction.
now. So
If
it's
they
like
are, then
having
move in a
strats
different
like
direction.
that can
Once he
be
moves his one tile,
nice to
as
use
soon as
because you
House
know it'll
Sand is within
consistently
range, he'll
work.
cast his D-Soul on them.
Make sure
You
Max
have
is
to
topped
concentrate
off.
entirely so he can't
Yeah,
be
and then
fine.
like
using that fire when he
Kane
casts it.
walking and then not
And that
doing
concludes
anything
the
is just
further
him
preparations
casting
of Shining
Diesel,
Force 1's
Yeah,
I believe.
yep. It's exactly like the same,
High Priest.
yeah, action as a high priest, which is surprisingly odd, but they they just share those similarities, I guess.
All right, go to Clouds. So, sorry, going back to the records.
Yeah, sure.
Cloud got his 4:39, 3 seconds, then improved by 4 minutes in July. And
Kinda
the
go
next run we
4:32.
see is Draciel with a 4:34, the first sub 35. And then the next run is Cloud 4:32.43.
Yeah. This is basically a double record.
Oh, nice.
And what I mean by that is not a Bulbasac record,
But your record right immediately following? Yeah.
but
What
the
I
fastest time of getting bopped.
Yeah.
I do think if you could fast forward to Dark Soul, I think this might be. I may have gotten the first ever slow Henri Dark Soul battle in a PB, but this was the first slow Henri in a world record, I think.
Oh, was it? Yeah, I did not have any footage of that, so that's good to know.
And this setup, Cloud, I'll let you explain it, but it requires very precise turn order.
Yeah, how many times have you guys gotten this strat, by the way? Because I still have never had it happen.
Twice.
Yeah, I think I've had it a couple times. But then the other thing that can happen is you just get a crit, and that kind of simulates it anyway, depending if you went for it or not. Depending on when Balbroy takes his turn here is what enables this. So we usually equip the speed ring, and then Hanzo is going to evil ring. But then nowadays, it's down to the point where if your evil ring is cracked, you can just have Henri and Balbroy take care of that mobs. But then Henri has to go up and to the right, so she tanks one blue dragon. So this has a lot of options now. At this point, this was the only option if you went for slow Henri. So yeah, it's a little bit more flexible now even.
Like it's
So,
so quite rare for
Balbroy-
Balbroy.
Yeah, he has to outturn Henri. And then you need specific enemies to outturn Henri as well. The two blue dragons, obviously, but at least one of the Steel Claw or the Torch Eye on the top left here.
One
So you
laser
see the
enemy.
Steel Claw go.
Yeah, and technically it's possible if the Steel Claw just melees you, but you wouldn't want to count on that, is why that it's like that. And
Yeah.
then if Henri takes damage, you also have to Shower of Cure. or make sure that Dark Soul does nothing with the save.
So, and you got a crit.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Disgusting.
it's just insane that on turn 2 you could cast a freeze 4 on Dark Soul.
Yeah, being able to do that for free is quite rare.
Yeah, because then it just allows you to end the battle on her next turn. Which, you know, it would normally be on the following turn order. So it does save around a full turn order.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's a
An
lot of
extra
time.
save. Couple extra saves, though, but I mean, makes sense.
Like, and Dark Soul outturning Tau. I suppose the other thing I remember in my head, I don't know if I ever talked to you, Cloud, about it, but like in that case that you were talking about, like, if your evil ring is cracked, then you would just use Bulbaroy and Henri might have to tank a blue dragon. It's like, have you ever just gone the route of just breaking the evil ring here? Or like in a situation like that?
You miss out on the damage on
Right.
Dark Dragon, which you can do that depending on how risky your Dark Dragon strat is at that time. But the way that it's being routed down now, I wouldn't want to lose out on that damage.
Yeah, I
really.
wouldn't either.
So you would just probably go for the melee attack if possible.
That's an insane Dark Soul time. That's 535.
Yeah, because I was golded by... I mean, I guess it...
I remember I used to be happy with 8 minutes on this split.
So you could have had a gold with a minus 120 and it ended up being over 2 minutes?
Yeah, we gotta wait for the split timing here.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so 41 seconds faster than the other gold is quite a bit.
Because of that crit.
Yep. And then let's see. By this point, I think we still have Tarasu in the party. Yeah.
Yep. I believe so. I feel like that didn't get changed. I think Rasu in 8-1 was kind of late. I don't know if I
Yeah,
remember.
I don't even know if we have anyone with a PB of.
Mine did.
Oh, okay. My latest completed run was with the full party from the beginning. And it's pretty nice, man. I got a 40-minute, 30-second chapter 8 with, like... And I had to go back and revive Musashi or something. It was insane.
Yeah, it's usually something that tends to happen a lot in 8-2 anyway. Like, I've kind of noticed, like, yeah, I remember there's one run where Draciel has a sub 40 chapter 8, I believe, and it required him reviving 8-3. And I was like, there's no way this should ever happen. And it's like, but it did. Then it's like, and I've also been kind of in the same boat where, like, I feel like I always have Domingo die a lot in 8-2, but I'll revive him for 8-3 and be just fine, usually.
Yeah, the really nice thing about having Tarasu in the party and killing him off is that he blocks for Domingo. So Domingo is like much safer in 8-2 now, but you don't get that potential for the super fast Ramadu, which I've never gotten anyways because it would require 2 crits from both Henri and Tau. So
Surprisingly weak Pele on this run now.
Pele is pretty weak. I think like what he's only level 7 here, or I'm not sure.
I couldn't really recall either.
The double. Man, when you just get doubles and crits, it's insane. In this
It
fight
is-
now.
Yeah, it is a huge change.
I remember
That
this
pays
one
me.
being loaded.
Yeah.
Was it?
I feel like it was. Because if you look a little bit further back, I'm 5 minutes behind at 6-1,
Right.
and then it
Off of a goal.
goes the other way.
What? Oh, we're gonna have to go back and see. Is this the one that you had a ridiculous, like, no business continuing the run, Balbazak in Chapter 1? But that just
Let's see.
goes back to Nakuri's point. Get to the end, to the
Oh, gross.
late game.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten a good runoff to this day. Is the prevailing attitude, right?
Right.
There's still strategies that are new that I haven't even finished a run with yet. Or this
Yeah.
battle even.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Going over to the right head early because we have enough to finish on the middle.
So dang fast.
Oh, but there will be faster.
Just
Because some people
Crit-
get all the luck.
just
Yeah,
double
it
crit every
can
time.
be, it can be in like the 6-something minute range now, I want to say.
Yeah, it's like just under like 6:30.
Is this the one where Hanzo double hits and crits all the time?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because I think this basically sparked the whole like in looking into double hit chances and crits and all that stuff. Where we also figured out that the katana gives a flat 50% crit chance.
Right, that was another
But-
thing. It's like Nakuri thankfully looked into that. And we had started questioning it all because I know even before there was like, they were just kind of, while 7-1 was being tinkered with, it was just like, why not just move the katana from Musashi to Bulbaroid so that 7-1 can just be easier in that sense? It's like, well, it's genius. But then it's like, why not just do that with Hanzo as well? It's like, a genius.
Well,
And-
it
Yeah.
even went to that point where we figured out that both Hanzo and Max both has a special rule for the double attack chance. They're the only one that have a scaling one. And this also led to the point where thinking, okay, if Max has that and he is the Chaos Breaker wielder, could we utilize that to multiply the damage a lot? Which I think sent No Worries on a quest. I think that
Yeah.
sparked his interest to investigate promoted Max threats once more.
Yep. Yeah, and that was just a like flippant comment. It's like, oh well, Hanzo double attacks more often than everyone else. And then the question was, wait, does he really?
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
either Fred or Degree again going into the code and being like, yep, there's a trigger that's set up that if your class is ninja or hero, your chance to double is equal to your character level percentage, essentially. So if you have a level 10 Hanzo, you get a 10% chance to double. Like, oh, okay. It is legit. Now we know the number to it. Should we give Hanzo more levels?
Yeah, that was generally the idea. I remember Nakuri pulled up the editor and was showing like the class rates for ninjas and such, and then Fred was looking at the double attack rate because that wasn't like shown. We were trying to figure that out, so it was just like, oh, yeah, it's like Hanzo does have like a 22% chance to like double attack at start, and the katana is giving like an extra 13% crit. That also is scaling with level. It's just like, oh my god.
It's insane.
It's
So
just-
it makes so much sense to put the katana on him to increase his crit chance because he's got multiple chances to hit and that's 2 extra times that he could potentially crit, or an extra time he could potentially crit. So
This is where I want to give a shout out to Tyrant as well.
Yeah.
And also to note something that I think is very cool for 2023, since we are reviewing that. I think this is one of the first times that the speedrunning community and the modding community came together to figure out something out. So Tyrant is from the modding space, and there's a lot of like knowledgeable people that of course have done the disasm and have looked into the code to properly mod the game and have used SF1 edit a lot to modify the game. So they would have had these information at their fingertips the whole time while we were basically just running off assumptions. So basically just like asking Tydrin about these kind of things was really like enlightening, and I was very thankful for the help. So I want to give a shout out to Tydrin there, alongside with Degree and Fred, for example, that have helped us a lot with like looking into it. And I'm really glad that we are past these children's room myths and finally get to the truth and stop running the game like over 8 years with just like some rough ideas how it could work, where we should have known it the entire fucking time because it's there. We just have to look.
The game's 30 years old and we're still figuring stuff out. It's so stupid.
I know,
I
right?
think there's a mercy rule. But I cannot quite put my finger on it.
Yeah.
It's just like, it makes no sense, but it's like, yeah,
What a chapter.
they just seem to be nice. Yeah, they helped a lot. I know, yeah, Sirius was kind of in there, and then there was someone else that was also from the modding community that I'm forgetting, and I feel bad for forgetting. But yeah, they really did kind of come together, because I know
I don't have 50.
like Stryle and Habe also kind of came, I think, around and brought in some other people from Shining Force Central, which is also like shoutouts to Boogie, because ideally that's where a lot of the modding community hung out in the first place to show off their mods that they made. So it's like, honestly, without her, that probably wouldn't have even happened either.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, and then I remember I pulled Dark Kobold back into the community. a little bit
Right, that's
when
what I was
posted
gonna
on
mention as
Reddit.
well. Yeah, it's like, I didn't even
Random.
realize that there were people actually posting Shining Force content on Reddit. Like, I knew Killiani used to do it before as like a meme, but then it was like, oh yeah, people are throwing a lot more out there than I recalled.
I was
And
gonna
it's
say,
like,
unless
sure
Hans has
enough,
something to say
it's
about
like,
it.
Cloud's out here doing it.
That attack that he gained was really, really
And then it
cool.
brought the
Which-
true world record holder of Shining Force,
Nothing.
Mr.
True.
Dark Kobold.
Oh, Dark
back
Kobold.
around. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
and then he was nice enough to kind of pass the torch to Degree a little bit as well.
Yeah.
He handed him over some formulas and stuff.
Yeah,
Or I guess that's not the correct verbiage, but it's a
get
bit
it, though.
above my head in terms of understanding the code.
I gave him the essential tools needed in order to figure out what exactly he was doing, and I picked his brain a lot as well to figure out exactly like how he was doing his tasks as well, because I never knew, just had assumptions but never exactly knew.
Thank you, Pele.
And
but
thankfully
unfortunately,
stuck
my first
around
episode
for
really doesn't add much.
a stream or two, and I was pretty much able to get as much information as I wanted out of him.
Yeah,
Which
he
is
uses
really
Lua-
nice.
I think it's Lua scripting is what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Is that like probably what got him into doing the Shining Force 2 tasks?
I don't recall having a conversation about that, so
Hmm.
fortunately.
Could have very well could have.
I might not though, because it only depends on if Hans ever
So
uses it.
Ty, is
Doesn't
this
say
your
exactly.
431?
I don't want to-
Yes, this is the 431 that I got, I think, shortly
Around
after?
12 hours, less than 12 hours, I
Yeah,
think.
I
Yeah.
need to chill.
Yeah.
The-
I think it was closer to like 15, but I don't know. I used to think it was like a 4-hour difference, because I remember you mentioning that you had PB'd in the morning, like in the middle of this run. And I was just like, no.
Yours probably
But-
finished processing before
Yeah,
mine.
exactly. It was just the fact that the YouTube video hadn't processed yet. It was taking a long time is what made it over 10 hours of a difference.
That'll happen.
And here I was thinking it was like a 4-hour difference, but it was like, I think closer to like 13 hours or something like that, I thought.
But I mean,
Yeah.
this just goes to show like how exciting this time was, because this is the push for 430 going on, and the fact that 2 runners world record within 24 hours, it's just like, yeah, we're all hunting for it. right
Yeah,
now.
we were all on 434 on the same week
Such
for a
disappointment.
while, and then like within a day, me and Cloud are past and pushing on the sub 430. And then Draciel has to just come out and get like a 5.5 PB.
Classic Tracy.
Typical. Yeah.
He doesn't know what a small PB is. That's why we can be assured that he'll have a 422 run next time he
Definitely.
PBs.
What's up with all the gold here, though, Ty? What happened this chapter?
32.
Maybe. Let's see. I want to say this was the first time of implementing the chaos that you get, or Colossus that you guys were doing. I don't know what happened in Realm Ladu or Dark Soul. I do know that, again, like, a lot of runs didn't see Chapter 8 even at this point. I think, like, all these gold were free.
Yeah, didn't you lose your splits and then you just copied mine?
Yeah, exactly. I did that, like, that happened twice. And I have no idea why. It just, ever since I got this new PC, like, my live splits corrupt from time to time. And so, there was multiple times where I would get to places like this and it would gold, but it wouldn't actually be, like, a true gold. So it looks nice, but I don't actually recall like what the proper like gold split times are. That was another thing that I was hoping to kind of get back into and like set up with no worries again, because I know he had originally made like a gold split playlist.
Yeah, we need to make a new one
on a gold playlist that involves just battle times specifically instead of split times, which I think is a lot nicer.
Just can't fucking.
Yeah, are you working on that?
What the fuck?
I mean, the videos exist. I keep making highlights, but I haven't really plugged them together yet.
Okay. I know Draciel has a spreadsheet which he shared with us that has, at least from our last 5 PBs, all 4 of us, which battle times were the fastest. So even off of that, we could make a gold highlight list.
Right, yeah, it's like, it should be pretty easy to do. It's just, it's always, to me, like, there's always a few battles that seem to get left out just because they're...
Sorry, that's gonna be a little short-lived, but...
like, really hard to get golds on, or... It's usually, like, a lot of the snipes. Like, they're almost always the same, that they don't even necessarily matter, like, true gold or not, because it's, like, it's pretty much always the same, right?
Dragon head stab.
If you get a
You
lucky
also
turn
still
order,
have
you get a lucky
collection
turn
of-
order.
You also still have a collection of like unreleased pages on Shining Force SR, where some gold splits are being collected.
Oh, really?
Crit or double from Hanzhou.
Yep, I prepared like a page for every chapter,
Okay, I didn't
and
do
that's
so
where
much.
gold splits are collected with little notes and explanations. And a couple have already been entered. I don't see by whom,
GG's.
Okay.
but it is basically in the making.
Oh,
You guys
yeah.
could basically just like
I'll have to show you guys.
capture these
I
pages
started,
and
like,
take
I
these
wanted
to
do
add
this
your
actually,
own gold
it's grown
splits and
terrible.
explanations
The
and
only
stuff
reason
like
it
that.
became
Then
this
you
good
have
was
a
the chapter
collection of
eight
gold
was
splits.
perfect.
Doesn't only have to be then the one gold split, but like maybe a couple of the recent ones. Since yeah, the conditions vary between battle to battle, and
That's still a pretty good run. Like, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, it's just...
Yeah, I remember putting some
should've easily been a
videos
something.
into
Okay.
that. I remember, like, pretty recently.
World record
But there was a
indeed.
lot of,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a lot of late
So
game,
430, so we don't
I
have
swear, like, from chapter 6 onward, I think it's still empty or
Yeah,
something.
so I
Um,
had the fastest Bulbasac I've had so far with the 206.
yeah, and this also included my fastest Bulbasac at this time, which was still only just under a 207. Funny how that improved so much.
And Jug as well with the 59.
I mean, basically, the only thing that changed was Ken, right? And you
Yeah,
had
so I had like my
an
fastest
amazing
before,
chapter 1 and chapter
even
2
though,
to
like,
go
the
off
fastest
of
Bulbasac
that.
Still done as like a 204.
Right.
So that should have been 2 minutes faster because I also. Had
Yeah, I'm
two
pretty
minutes
sure. I mean, there was, like, 3, well,
lost 2
3-2
minutes,
kind of
3-2,
changed.
A little bit of time.
I don't know if I necessarily changed 3-2
And then it was going pretty well until chapter 6 happened.
much.
I hate that 3-2.
Like, Kane went absolutely terrible. I was supposed to
Can't
say, like,
remember.
nothing there. Lost time instead.
Okay, like
Supposed to say
3-2, I
like
feel like I remember
over a minute.
I used to do.
And then I lost 5
I've done so many changes to 3-2 that I literally could never remember what I was doing at the beginning of the year and then what I was doing at the end of the year. They're probably very different. I don't know why, like, 3-2 always seems to see so many, like, differences and changes, but it has been a lot lately. I think it's kind of slowed down a little bit, but
I was working it this week.
It's weird. 3-2 is one of the battles I feel I don't want to change all that much. There's like so many battles around it where I'm like, yeah, the new strats are really, really cool. But for 3-2, I don't know. I just want to sit where I am.
Yeah, I still don't think we've unlocked 3-2.
Not quite there. But yes, and then yeah, Draciel has to come out and break the huge
first
milestone.
I think it was after this that I was like, okay, I'm done for the year.
Hit the pause button.
Yep.
Oh boy.
And the funny thing is, like, the thing I was like, oh, this is plenty fine, and then it's just like, he had gotten so many crits on this run. Like, even, like, this Dark Dragon was insane, but, like, I remember he had, I think, crits in,
Sub 40 minute chapter 8.
And, yeah, that too.
The sub 40?
I believe this was the 39-minute, like 39 and a half.
Did he have a crit on Colossus or something too? Or
I believe he did. I think he had to revive before going into that battle, but had a crit on Colossus.
wow. Yeah, man, crits will do that, I suppose.
And like Ramladu was like kind of average. Dark Soul didn't have anything all that lucky to it. Like it seemed almost very just average until this Dark Dragon happened, and then it's like, ah, yeah, this will do it.
Hey, he almost aggressed right there using
Oh,
the
the speed rig. I still laugh.
So everyone gives me crap about dropping it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you crap right now. It's like, just don't use it.
All right, but think of this: the menuing that it takes to hit left to use the Chaos Breaker instead of the just going straight, hitting the button straight through. Just drop it, and then every time thereafter, all you have to do is hit use and hold the C button, and you're good.
Or you can pass the item to yourself.
Oh, can you do that?
Can you do that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Am I literally learning? I'll pull this up right now.
Yeah, it'll go to the back of your inventory.
No way. Come on.
That would be pretty smart.
The one
For some
that you
situations.
want, the one that you want to be in the back, you have to make sure that you're actually switching its position. There's
Right.
something funny with if you have 3 items where it'll look like nothing's changing, but it's actually changing even more, just offset.
That's really weird. I didn't even know that.
It happened to
Yeah, just think
them.
of it as switching hands.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, he got the nice middle head outturn Tau too.
Yeah, he had really good RNG here. It's like,
Probably a magic crit that's not seen.
yeah, there was.
And a double.
With the crit.
Did it crit? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't have the volume on, so I didn't hear it.
Yes, it did. Because already being under 100 HP. The other thing is, like, his Hanzao was hitting surprisingly hard here as well. Like, more than an average. Like, he got a, like, I'm pretty sure, like, a high-rolled attack Hanzao.
Yeah, that can be a big deal.
Well, I feel like I was watching one of your PBs recently, Ty, where your Hanzo gained 6 attack on one of his levels.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you get a low rolled Hanzo, gaining him that one level could really make a difference. Like that's
Yeah.
almost as much as an evil ring,
It really is. Which is, yeah,
It's
it's
nice.
a huge difference.
It's nice the 8-1 and 8-2 is routed that way now, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just the nature of things.
Also, I think it's like no spell like activated on a Tarasu, which is also nice.
Why don't you just double here? Oh, okay, crit. Sure.
Yeah, nah, double attack is too slow. I gotta do it the faster way.
Oh my goodness. I'd be dying right now. I'd be laughing so hard.
See, that's the thing.
Ridiculous.
Like, I really wish there was audio from him for like this VOD because I want to hear the reaction to it so bad.
Those idiots don't know what's gonna hit them. Tomorrow they're gonna wake up and see this freaking mess. Oh man.
Yeah, and then the choice to shower of cure just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, it's like
Which-
you might as
Which
well,
is
but
debatable.
yeah, like I
He could have
disliked
done
it.
even faster. Just to lock in the sub 430 though, it might have been the right call.
Yeah, I mean, he did had take a 4-man demon breath, so it's kind of understandable. But at the same time, the mages are also being done spellcasting after like this turn as well, so it's like, eh.
Oh my gosh, I'm disgusted.
But wait, there's more. Actually, no, there's not.
And he just holds off with Pele. It makes sense to
Yeah.
me. Oh, we unfortunately didn't get the
Tau
Tau
out
out turn.
right? But it's like that's always a smart call. Like ideally, yeah, it's like I know I'm usually trying to like calculate, knowing that like after 2 spells from like Tau and Henri, like you should be seeing like 48 damage or 50, or not 48, 78 or 80 damage roughly.
Mhm.
Kind of start calculating like exactly how much damage you should need to seeing like as soon as you see like one head at 99 HP or lower,
Yep.
and try to get the appropriate characters to get the damage off. Because that's the one thing that I feel like people will lose time to a lot, is where you'll have Bulbaroy or Domingo in the battle, but just freeze when you really don't need to. Blaze 1 when you don't need to. And yeah, that was, I think, the fastest Dark Dragon to date. I could be wrong. Because at the same time that this pretty much happened, or, well, it was actually quite a bit after, I decided to be stupid, and do a week straight of
Oh my
trying
gosh!
to have
I forgot about that.
140 hours straight of non-stop Shining Force 1 stream where I didn't get world record and gave up. But it did have a couple PBs. One being a Dark Dragon that kind of rivaled Draciel's as well on a run that I absolutely hated, as pretty much every PB that I have, I suppose.
427's pretty nice, man.
Well, yeah.
201 Balbazac with a world record.
I mean, but that's the 201 Bulbasaur, and it almost just goes to waste.
Should have been 420.
It definitely should have been.
Another double world record though.
Big old crit.
Yeah. I mean, I think the
I'd had
more
one before.
impressive thing about that run might honestly be the fact that, like, a sub 210 chapter 2 should have happened. Like, I think that might even be more impressive than...
110.
Yeah, that was
Or
real.
110, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no, that blows my mind. The fact, like, because the goal was always sub 1 hour for Cave of Darkness, and now it's almost sub 1 hour for Circus.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's getting to that point, which is insane.
it's so
Oh yeah,
close.
and then
Tau can do 34.
don't also forget that
Can't do
the
38.
3 seconds that I beat Ty by, I actually missed getting world record by 4 seconds before Ty got his 427.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I fucked up, but
So it goes the other direction too.
For now.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been in the boat where I've missed
I need a Bulbaroid to be.
missed PBs by 1 second. It doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Because it was like you really start pinching yourself, and I was like, if I just didn't do that one little action.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've seen you sabotage runs because you didn't want them to PB as well. So
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh no! I would never. That's crazy talk.
You're just really enthusiastically taking a risk.
Yeah, it's like soon as like even if I could be plenty ahead, lose 3 minutes on one battle. It's like, well, I have to make up for it.
Time to throw.
For real. And it usually did, like 90% of the time. But I don't know. I am just too anal about my runs. That's why, like, I can't remember. There's one of my PBs that involved Brox literally telling me to continue off of a 41-minute chapter 1. And I was just, like, whining in pain the entire time. Like, I hate this. Like, please. Like, please let me reset.
I'm proud of
Brox.
you, Broxy. I'm so proud of you.
Brox is like, nah, finish it out, finish it out. It's like, sure enough, if you finish out some runs, then they go well.
She can survive.
Can't remember which
guess-
run that was, but yeah, that just happened.
Depends on what you want, I guess. You know, if you don't want to waste your time on a mediocre PB, but and you're just going for gold, it makes sense. But
Yeah. Ideally.
sometimes you need a little win, you know, a little pick me up.
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone makes bad decisions, but some help to get out of it isn't so shabby.
Holy shit. Hanzo, buddy.
I love the look on your face as Hanzo doubles. He's like,
With
"Oh,
a crit.
yeah, okay. Planned
When it
it.
finally happens for you also. After you saw Cloud Carry and Race, you're just like double attacking, critting away.
Right?
It's like,
'Cause it's-
I want to have that too.
The crit for Musashi.
That's
Yeah.
the other interesting thing, I think, is Ty had a drought on Dark Dragon, and then he got one on Colossus, and then I got one on Colossus and Draceal, all within a short time, so it was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Getting
What's
fast
the vote for?
Colossus out of
Stop
nowhere
attacking.
for no reason, and 3 different runners.
Yeah.
Will it be the greatest comeback
Just
for
do
the
it.
stupidest PB ever?
Yeah,
Can it be
just
done?
do
Is
it.
it gonna happen?
It's free.
Just crit. Yeah.
Um,
Our advice to every new run of this game: just do it. Just crit. Just double attack, and then you have it.
Easy as that.
Finally, some
nonsense.
joy in the speed run.
Right?
Fucking bullshit. What the fuck?
oh my gosh. Okay, I think Draceal added some notes to his.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's the one we're watching.
Oh,
No,
that's so
no.
funny. I missed out on the sub.
I'm just gonna read these notes that
Oh, that's so
Draceal
funny.
put out for his 429.
Yeah, sure.
He said his 3-2
so funny.
was the trolliest, with 4 Balbs misses and having to reboost 2 times while on the last priest enemy.
Yeah, I was gonna watch that. I remember reading that as well.
He said he had an amazing 6-3 with the newest strat. So we spent quite a bit of time routing Balbaroy's experience so that it was perfectly like he'd level up at the right time, he'd hold his boost long enough, and it should only require 1, 2, maybe 3 boosts, maybe 2 boosts. It's like I think 2 boosts was our goal to minimize the saving in 6-3. But then he said losing 2 minutes trying to boost Pele on 6-4. I remember that. In 6-4, he had to reset like 5 times to not lose boost or
Wow.
lose the ring.
That's crazy.
Balb's missing the snipe in 7-2 and then dodging twice to barely make it alive to the next turn to finish.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, I remember.
That was ridiculous because, like, the wyverns would ideally just flame breath, but no.
I can't believe he world record and of all of that sub 430 with all those things happening.
Yeah,
Don't
'cause-
throw away your runs, guys. Many quit-worthy
that's-
moments.
that is one of those like that was one of those 7-2s that I would list under the impossible category. Like,
Yep.
and it's one of those that's like just seems abnormal. I kind of wanted to show off, Cloud sub 430 that involved a really good 8-3. I'll also like kind of show off the new 8-3 that was kind of added. I was also meaning to ask you guys. I know we're over 3 hours into this stream already. I wasn't knowing how long it was going to go. I was kind of talking to Brox about probably having it be a few hours, but I don't know how you guys are doing, if you guys are holding strong.
Still good to go.
Cool.
Yeah, doing alright.
So I'd imagine we could probably wrap it up in the next hour or so. That works with you guys?
For sure.
Sounds good.
We're just kind of winging it after all. Well, yeah, we're pretty
I'm
much
never-
getting close to the end. I mean, not too many sub 430 runs have happened, so
I still got to get mine too.
we're waiting.
Yeah, and this is the optimal if you get Henri and Balbaroy taking their turns at the right time. So this is going to be different than the most recent one that I put on my YouTube.
Yeah.
This is the strat I prefer. I really do like this, but
Yeah, but then if you can't get it every time, the other one might be a better trade-off.
yep. But
Yeah.
in order for Belbs to reach that position to finish that Chimera off, he needs to have the mobility ring on. So you are
Right.
making a sacrifice by starting Domingo off with the mobility ring and just kind of accepting that you may not, or you're not going to be able to kill that Chimera necessarily. 'Cause
Yeah,
sometimes she will roll that full damage, but
I
Yeah,
would
but
say it's
not
got
often.
this strategy has higher highs and lower lows. Is a good way to put it.
Yeah. Miss Ashy. Classic.
Living up to his name.
yeah, so just one day, Cloud says, I think we should send Balbaroy right up the middle. So I find that spot that triggers the enemies, and it's like perfect. And then Draciel and Cloud take it, and like, you know what? Let's use Domingo there instead. And it's brilliant.
Yeah, I didn't even bother messing with the strat. I was like, they're like, Cloud, you and Gracie were all working on it. I'm just like, yeah, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, it just takes so much time, but we got it.
Yeah, it's great now. Like, really consistent. Plenty easy, honestly.
Yeah, I think you could still get screwed, like if all the jets outturn the Colossus head,
So
If
If all the
if
jets
the-
outturn the head.
and
if
and,
the left head there goes after Domingo, then you have to wait a turn. Is
Yeah.
the fix.
But I think the other thing is, like, you can, I think, wait a turn on Domingo regardless and still technically be fine if he can survive 3 jet hits
Right,
before the Chimera
right. So,
or the head
so the
goes.
new thing is to not have Balbaroy go up that high, and he only just stays in line with Domingo.
Yeah.
Because technically, you can reach a further spot to then have it be a certain turn order where you can drag the middle head down and save a little bit of movement, but it ultimately ends up being better to do it this way,
Right. Which, like, I
rather than
thoroughly
have
enjoyed.
something happen or not.
yeah, see, so 2 jets outturned this Colossus head already. If the
No healing seed.
if that Colossus head doesn't go before that jet and aggro to Domingo, he's going for Balbaroy. So
Right. Which is no bueno.
oh, okay, so we use a shower here. That makes sense. I would have done that too. Because you need to keep him alive. So it was the fact that Balbaroy or Domingo outturned 2 of the jets, and the 2 of the jets got to Domingo faster. So yeah, all makes sense. You're really big into YOLOing this power, that boost there.
Yeah, at this point, I think I was still
Yeah.
doing the strategy where you have to go back to town at least one time, and I preferred to take that before Dark Soul.
Mhm.
But now, of course, you have a chance to not have to go back at all. So I'll probably look to save more a little bit.
I want to say Draciel liked to YOLO that a lot as well. And yeah, that was... I like, it's also in my memory to, like, YOLO it, but because I usually do, but, like, yeah, I don't agree with it. I try to remind myself as much to save for it. Because yeah, if you don't have to go back, then you're crazy for for doing it there. But that's one of those like I can't get it out of my brain to like not do it. Oh my god.
That's so scary.
What the heck? Yeah,
Hacker man.
Definitely is a scary thing that can happen with these jets. As long as you have a shower of cure, you should be okay. But especially if you're in this position right here, because it's 8, I think, spaces to Colossus, so the jet won't be able to reach him on this next turn. But
Did you not
so
like
scary.
the idea of equipping the speed ring that last turn
I
with
was just about
Balborough?
to say. Speedring
You
was
have a
unequipped.
chance. You have a chance to outturn the middle head if you do that, don't you?
Yeah. Usually, like, that's the one, like, downside to it. I don't know if you have another, like, shower. Oh my god. Because, yeah, I know...
Oh, yes! One reset, 11:30 or 11:20. That's a beautiful, beautiful fight.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I know, like... Yeah, I think the jets are, like, the worst thing that can happen. Because, like, I feel like... I mean, I don't see many people using showers in Dark Dragon anymore. Like, usually that just seems like a very safe, like, oh, just in case. But it usually never feels like it's needed. You know? So, like, a lot of the time, like... I'm usually, like... The only thing that in my mind is, like, really, really important is to make sure that Bulbaroy isn't dying to the jets there. Like, I will, regardless of, like, damage, pretty much equip Bulbaroy with the speed ring regardless, just to, like, make sure that that doesn't go badly, because I will gladly waste a shower, I think, just knowing that the battle is going to be successful.
For Dark Dragon, I think the first turn that Balboroy has to take the middle head's aggro is when you should Shower of Cure, if anybody took damage. Because that at that point, nobody's going to lose their boost from you casting the Shower of Cure.
Yep, exactly.
And Balboroy needs to be full HP for that point anyway. So
Yeah.
he shouldn't be taking damage if you keep him back, but just in case you did bring him up, that would also be a good time.
Right. Like, that's pretty much every shower use is, like, ideally, in a perfect world, we, like, don't have to use any showers, which is really nice. Like, there's been so many times where I'm, like, I get into, like, Chapter 5, and I'm just, like, I want to grab the mobility ring, but skip the shower. I'm just like, yeah, I don't need it.
Yeah, I want to skip the Kane one, potentially.
Yeah,
The Chapter
that
6
too.
one, I mean.
Yeah, that one's more logical. Like, there aren't much time saves. I mean,
Love saving your 6 seconds, huh?
that's 6 seconds. I suppose the one in Michaela could, like, also be just as good. Like, I'm not sure which one's, like, faster, honestly, to skip if you were to, but yeah, they're just too good of an item. It'd be kind of silly not to grab them, but like, nowadays, I feel like it's really hard to actually have a time where you use every shower, at least.
Yeah, I
when
think
you're
I've had
forced
runs
to,
where I
at
don't
least.
use any.
Yeah.
I would say the most you could ever use on Dark Dragon is like 2, and that because the battle's gonna be over by then.
Yep.
Really.
Exactly.
And if it's not, you have bigger problems.
And I know the Dark Soul was kind of mid, but yeah, this was one of the things I was going to bring up. This had a rather odd start, I think, to Dark Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly what happened here, but I don't know if you changed where you move Musashi. I guess we could go back further, huh?
Yeah, just goes to show how much this strat has evolved, even in the last few months.
Yeah, this isn't what we do at all.
And that's my most recent PB.
Mhm.
So yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
he's-
consider it.
That was another thing. I remember after you had gotten this PB, you had talked about taking a break, but coming back. And I was always in the mentality that you said somewhere in, like, December, I thought.
Yeah,
Was that,
usually-
like, true?
usually beginning of the year I get the itch again, but I've been doing runs in the background, just not like getting anything to a point
Oh,
halfway
really?
where I would want to continue. Yeah,
Oh, good to hear.
not like a bunch, but
Yeah,
I
but
did gold. I did gold split 1-2 yesterday.
really, how fast was it? Do you remember?
Uh, it was only like 7-12 or something.
Hmm.
But
What's up with Hans?
no,
Ah.
You traitor.
Oh.
yeah. So I'm cycling through chapter 1 and figuring it out for sure. So that's gonna take some time.
Oh, was it with Luke?
No,
Oh,
This
you
was Ken.
still doing Ken. Good for you.
yeah.
Tell us how you really feel, Brox.
I thought Brox was trolling when he was talking about Hans at first, and then I figured out he actually was doing it. I was like, wait a minute, did I miss something?
Yes, you did.
All right, so the big thing with Hans and why I'm switched. So if I'm killing off Ken at the end of 2-4, then I feel like I don't need to baby Ken as much anymore. And the only like what Ken brings to the table is what May is actually better at, which is speed. I think it sucks that her attack is a little low, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. I can only think of a couple places where it maybe would be an issue.
2-2 can be annoying a little bit.
Exactly. So once I got over the fact that I was like getting rid of Ken and I didn't need Ken anymore, it was kind of like, well, I don't really like my 1-2 with Ken that much because I just feel like it has the potential to be really slow compared to like average time of just decent. Now, granted, I don't like doing Luke either because I feel like you could get attacked so often and like waste so much time just getting whacked by goblins. So I was like, Hans does 5 damage. Tau rolls 7s pretty often on the blazes. That's 12. Like the two of them can tag team and kill the goblins in 2 hits, and Max
level-
can take a.
Yeah, level 3 Max as well. Like, as soon as that hits,
Exactly.
then he's online to be a part of that tag team as well.
Yep. So it was basically like once I accepted the fact that I was not using Ken and would pick up May in 1-3, then I was like, well, who do I want to use in 1-2? And for all the Archer fans, I guess that's Hans.
Yeah, he tends to outturn goblins
He's fast.
more than
yeah.
Ken can. Ken can as well. So at least you're kind of typically consistently killing goblins before they move.
Yeah. So I'm still I've at least committed to maining it for a little while, just to get some data on it. And see.
Can I ask you though, why do you keep Hans for 1-3 and why don't you just get rid of him?
Because I've seen Ty lose Tau or May so many times in 1-3 that I just wanted a little bit extra support.
Because it almost has me convinced if you do that. That's what I was thinking.
If you kill off Hans,
Yeah. Because then you have the benefit of the better 1-3 like the Luke strategy.
right? Yeah, maybe it's just because I'm too much of a wuss to rely on May actually hitting a bat on her first turn.
Isn't there also a difference in that May is supposed to survive and not to die? Because with
Right.
Luke gone, you can waste May and you only have Tau left.
Yeah,
But
there's
this time
also
May has to survive, so you have a concern.
there's also a really bad turn order you can get with her where she outturns both the bats,
Mm-hmm.
which is bad.
Cloud, was this world record?
No.
Oh. Oh man, it's so freaking close.
We lost so much time too there.
Yep.
Yeah, this, like when Cloud got his 430.49, this 429.09 happened the very next day.
Oh,
On
five,
tear.
4 seconds. Okay, so that's what you were talking about before. 4 seconds.
Yeah.
You missed world record by.
Which is funny because, yeah, I know I was in like the 4:29:11, at least prior, like a couple months before this, I think, and it was just like, it's funny when you look at those times all together. Like, holy cows. 7 seconds away from like, well, all 3 of those runs, which was absurd.
I don't
Where
think
was
I.
Brox's? I had a Brox run up here. Where was your most recent PB? Did I move that?
It
Oh.
was 3 months ago. 2 months ago.
I found it.
There was also a Brox PB when we were doing our monthly race.
This is it.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, but then
That's-
he PB'd again since this just doesn't have the video.
That's
Isn't,
right.
isn't that right?
I don't think. I don't know. No, this is my most recent PB. So I have not PB'd since this one, which is so funny. Like the whole game, I had to. I was operating off of this 4-3 split. I wasn't splitting for the rest of the.
Yeah, that's right.
How did that feel
Yeah.
compared to knowing exactly where you are with your time?
I legitimately, McCree, didn't remember I did this run.
I didn't either, honestly. It's funny because usually you would keep track of everyone's like current PB, and this has been here for months, and
Yeah.
I actually totally forgot that this even happened.
This is the one where I had the 30-minute 1-3, and then we were talking about how it'd be funny if it actually could PB a world record still. So I was going all out with the YOLOing on the other side.
Oh, that because you continued your run with me.
Yeah, and then it failed in 6-3.
6-3. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Green didn't want to cooperate.
Yeah, but Brox, what is it with you having like the most weirdest PBs? And like when it goes to like clutch time, it's like
A 43. I
31-minute
PB
1-3.
this. Like that's ridiculous.
And I believe the PB, I have it as well that I totally forgot about is I think it was the PB before this one. You accidentally hit level 4 on max
I wish for a lot of things.
and do 4 or 5 strats successfully with 3 speed.
Yeah.
One day, guys.
Just do that every time.
Yeah.
Much more reliable.
And then that run
Go next
PBs,
else,
it's just like,
early
what
game.
the heck happens? How? There's some weird shenanigans going on.
What
The
a
game
great
knows
game.
he's busy. You gotta just crank him out.
I guess clearly, things have to go wrong in order for Brox to PB.
Sorry, I was casting. Yeah, it was alright.
I cannot imagine having a run where everything goes right.
Yeah, that's right. That's always the idea. It's like, yeah, the perfect run. It's like, but the perfect run never happens. I honestly, like, through the years of, like, playing this game, even when me and No Worries were playing, at least with the route that we thought were as optimized as we could, I don't actually recall a single time one of us had, like, a close to perfect run as far as, like, what we had optimized at the time.
Yeah.
I think maybe it happened once with No Worries. I just can't. Yeah, it usually just doesn't happen. I mean, it's very rare. Like, something bad is going to happen. It's just how bad is it going to be?
Perfect.
Even No Worries is world record from so many years ago now. He had Domingo die twice, like once in this battle. I think he got
Yeah.
double flame breath.
Yeah.
and then he got trolled by the High Priest in 6-3.
Shout out to Cloud again for this 4-2 strat, though. This was another one that, like, changed
yeah.
and made a significant help in time for something so simple. Like, it's one of those that I, like, blew my mind again, where I'm just like, why didn't I just think of this? Like, it seems so simple when you, like, see it after a while.
Yeah, you want someone to tank that Hellhound? Are you dumb?
Yeah.
Just get the jump
Like,
on
just
him.
go up there and kill him. Simple. You win by killing the enemies. Who could have thought?
Something as simple as the aggro line, like it just comes up over and over again.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially what the 3-1 strat is, right? We are abusing the aggro line.
It's an easy thing.
And it's actually like noticeably different for Shining Force 2 when they updated all the stuff too. I want to say
Yeah.
that there's like regional
Or you did.
It's because I didn't.
AI for that as well,
Okay.
so it's different depending on what units you're talking about in that game.
Let's look back at that 1-4.
Yeah.
Well, they also like in Shining Force 2, they added like a
And now he's not letting me repair
an
my
idol
power rangers.
an idol that is actually like they're like waiting, and so they
don't
move
think I've
2
ever seen that.
squares or something, and then if they get into range by moving the 2 squares, then they make their decision to go after someone.
Yeah,
right?
if they're in maximum range, they're compelled to attack in that game.
Yeah.
If they can reach you, they will. But then there's also another interesting thing that was added with the difficulty modes. Like, you can definitely see the difference in the targeting between the difficulties, where it'll religiously seek out Bowie, and then I want to say it's priests or healers, and write down the classes. But then
That was fun.
there's a certain point when Jaha hits like level 13 where they just non-stop target him on hard mode.
Yeah,
It's really
so-
weird.
Yeah. That was the one thing that I found rather odd. It's like change the battle or the difficulty of the game, and then
Ooh,
AI
it's
works
so close.
completely differently. And then somehow making it harder can actually work in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Or
like,
playing on easy, they randomize the 3 options that are optimal by the AI. So it's just another world compared to this game.
That sounds awful.
it really is, isn't it?
Yeah, so that becomes the question: would you rather play on normal or hard mode?
Mm-hmm.
Hard.
Because they're different.
I want the AI to do the same thing every time.
There's certain battles where it's annoying one way, and certain
Yeah.
battles where it's annoying the other way.
Exactly.
And then if you don't play on easy, you don't open yourself up to the best possible.
My payload is.
Right, because like if you get the good like lucky AI, like it's where the like biggest time save can really happen, I believe, right?
Right. I might as well keep
That's
going.
fair.
Yeah, because there's portions of that game that are mostly vanilla, and then if you're talking about NMG, then even more so. It's so stupid that it's 31-minute 1-3.
NMG. We're gonna have to look at that at some point.
Which is actually an official category now. Finally.
know.
Get bored, though, and end it.
Exciting.
Which is good. That needed to happen.
Yeah, finally, Bowie just decided to take up the responsibility.
Yeah, because I don't know if Shining Force 2 will ever really. I was kind of mentioning to Brox as well. Like, has there been any Shining Force 2 changes this year? I believe there was, hasn't there been? I thought Degree or Draciel had like looked into doing something that technically would have been a little bit of a time save. I just don't remember what it was.
I think. I mean, something just came out with the Taz. I think.
Yeah,
that
that
was up. I can't remember when Dracio got his
I don't have
world.
my time or my
The
splits
sub
off.
4
So
for
even if I wanted
Shining
to keep
Force 2
going-
though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I suppose I probably did. We ever account for your pause technically from finishing your splits there? I wonder.
It actually caught up by itself. It
Oh,
added
that's right. You
reports
did
up-
undo. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Indeed, GG's.
That was
But
fun.
then had to
I
keep
can't believe how much even
going.
these race times have been improving.
Yeah, that's like one of those weird things too, where it's. Well, I'll say this too. When we first started racing Albazac,
It's really cool to watch.
Um,
Thanks, guys. And thanks, Brock, for
getting
doing
below
this.
420
Awesome.
was like
Hello? I'm still
Um,
running?
kind of an accomplishment.
It says
Oh,
11 months ago
I'll
on his
watch it until
upload.
you're done, Nicole, don't worry.
Okay, so yeah,
I might not have
Sub
one of
4
these
happened in
fancy
2023 as well, I guess.
213s.
Yeah,
I'm
the
still full-fledged
the big
runner, alright.
change is being able to manipulate the last turns on Xeon.
Somebody play Balbazek again. That's helpful.
You know,
But
basically
I don't
watching a
don't
player,
actually
like,
know that
watching a
he
speedrun
got
that
the
took me out of
correct one
2020.
in his
Time machine
PB.
my run.
Hmm.
Doing all the old school stuff
I just know that such a thing exists,
as we used to do.
which I'm not really too sure if I'll go back for that. Maybe someday. But
Yeah.
question for another time.
And I know, I think, like, even after... I don't know who it was I was asking about moving on to another Shining Force game. I thought it was you, Cloud, but maybe I was wrong. Someone was teasing
Hmm.
about going to a different Shining Force game.
Wasn't that Brox with NMG? Or yeah, he was saying that he was gonna go to Shining Force 2, and then I was like, well, wait a minute, you have to stay for the glory days of Shining Force 1 before you can abandon us.
You did
Yeah.
say that, and I had to do that. So yeah, here I am, not moving on still.
You got Mega Man 2 rocking, I suppose. There's some other speedruns, just not in the Shining Force category.
Second glory days, man.
It's true. This is a really fun time.
It
I
is.
really
But then,
botched this fight up, didn't I?
do you recall anything else that was, like, spicy on the second half of this run?
I don't
Same.
recall this run at all. So like I don't have these splits saved, and it's funny because Draciel does. So he must have went through and actually watched when I completed these splits, which good on him. But yeah, I don't have these splits because I'm not using the right timer. So that's why when I'm running against my, or I'm running against my previous PB, not against this one.
Dang.
So yeah, I could look up. Let me see if there's anything interesting on
12 HP.
Draciel's spreadsheet that he gave me.
Yeah, she had 12 HP. He hit twice for 6.
Could be hard to say. Even slight changes of,
Hey, you
like,
know the Taz uses blue.
mobility ring changed to Tau in this battle as well, which was like one of the first things that happened. I suppose, funny enough, Retro J, like, this is one of the things that I always like about new runners is, like, some runners will definitely try, like, their own strat and see how things do, which can always, like, spark an interest in, like, something like, oh, that's almost just crazy enough to work.
Mhm.
And I remember, like, I had seen a way of triggering Kane kind of
Yep, I
early
saw
on to
that.
come down the stairs, which really just with specific turn order, almost similar to like Dark Soul, can slightly speed up the battle just because it's just moving closer and really the same result happens, which really isn't that big of a deal. But it's just one of those things. Like 6-2 has kind of seen changes throughout the year as well, even though they've been kind of minor. But like, this battle has always been one that you would think, like, seems again pretty straightforward, and yet it has seen multiple changes even still.
Yeah.
All
All right. Well, it looks like I have a near perfect Michaela in this,
Oh, really
and
cool.
I have it looks like the best battle time for Colossus in this PB as well, amongst all of our last 5 PBs.
Okay, the Michaela one was also like something that was worked on quite a bit, right? I haven't seen that yet.
That's true. Yeah, this slight optimization, which is a little bit dangerous too, but putting Tau one space to the left guarantees that you always get a 3-man formation.
Right, which is smart.
We want like probably
Just gives another opportunity for Tau to fall asleep.
I think. I think
No.
more than anyone else.
Pick
So
your
the
poison
320,
kind of
if
thing.
you had basically a perfect chapter 7 would be a 350, which is still, you know, a little slow.
But there had always been, like, I think, yeah, me and Brox,
Hey, kitty cats.
I can't remember. I feel like we've always done this battle kind of differently with, like, who was grabbing
If it goes
the items in the battle. At least when we started grabbing them before. Like, I think even at the beginning of this year, I don't even think I was grabbing the items in battle.
Good chapter
If I
6,
remember
chapter
correctly.
6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's true. Yeah.
And Brox had the period of time when he was doing promoted max, so he would pick up everything with Pele.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, there was something in me that was like the time in between
I don't expect this to
6-4 and the end of the
PvE,
chapter,
honestly,
like,
because
that should
for
be
now,
eliminated. And I bet we could route in
so I have a good
the
time.
collecting of the chests rather efficiently.
And I need to like de-rust.
Yeah, I
essentially.
mean, I think that has kind of happened now
Even though it's
with
only been
just
2
like
weeks.
realizing that like Domingo can get
don't
up to make
expect to
the
PvP.
two-man formation with the Belials so that Henri can freeze them
Everything
perfectly
has to go perfect.
while still being in range
So
of
there is a chance.
getting to the chests on the top right.
Sure, my PB is only 436. I keep forgetting that.
Like the power potion here also seems like something that isn't really
I haven't
needed.
split since chapter 4.
Yeah, that depends. I've had some pretty crappy Balbaroys
So
in my
because I was
day.
just doing
No, I
Balzac
definitely
right,
have
only used
to,
my
but-
Balzac splits, so I'm basically
Yeah, usually we've been always kind of different on like. I feel like most of us use it like
Plus
probably
57,
like before
yeah.
Colossus, like whenever that level up happens in that area.
I use it before Chaos or
just
before
by
the
my
7-4
feel of,
snipe
like, what I
or the
think
arm
is a good time
skeleton.
at this point.
Yeah.
So
I try to use it before
Technically, I
Chaos if I
can't still-
can. I
no,
think
I
I
can still
always
PvP
use it
for sure.
before Chaos regardless.
I would
Just
hate
kinda
There's
to
only
do
like a
depends.
difference of
Split, but
1
I
or
can go
2
back and
attack
change that.
if you use
Right.
it before Colossus, depending. Yeah.
It's like it just depends on how good your Bulbaroy is, I suppose. But at least with like 7-4, you have a decent range window of damage that kind of works out. And then I suppose with Chaos, like it shouldn't really matter that much either because the Black Ring can kill Chaos even if Bulbaroy and Pele don't. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I think it's really not needed, but I mean, it definitely helps for sure.
Yeah, I have no issue with destroying the Black Ring in that battle now too.
Which battle?
Chaos. If it smokes on the Torch Eye and it gets blown up on Chaos, it's like I don't
Oh,
really
yeah.
plan to use the Black Ring at all for the rest of
Okay.
the game anyways. That attack always makes me nervous.
Yeah, he seems to always do enough damage no matter what.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
He definitely
He
can
might-
fail.
My Pele just gained 7 attack.
Yeah.
So like I got lucky there, I think, but I haven't had a situation where that fails yet, but it does always get me a little nervous.
Yeah, I have. I was just like, well, I gotta figure out exactly how much attack Pele needs to like guarantee that that's killed. And I believe that number is 45. Attack with the halberd equipped, that always will kill that mage. But even with like 44, then like you pretty much have to do the freeze with Domingo just to guarantee that it dies.
So I will continue to do my old strats for that.
Yeah, I think this just went perfectly. So like I feel like up to this point I'd had several 6-3s that like just inappropriate turn order or Domingo getting put to sleep, and this was like the first one in a while where it's like everything went right. Domingo outturned the Belials. No smoke on the power ring. It's just perfect.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen like sleep in your 6-4s is kind of ridiculous. Like, don't know why. Your Domingo has bad times.
And it is kind of unfortunate that you can't have the speed ring on Henri. Domingo,
Yeah.
because Henri needs it
Yeah.
for that portion, just purely because the worst case scenario, if the mages outturn her, is way worse than what
Yeah.
happens if Domingo gets outturn.
Tau dying is unacceptable.
Because then it just reverts to Max using the evil ring, which is the old strategy.
Right. But I really do like now that 7-1 has Henri with the speed ring, and like that's like some of the newer stuff is like you're either using Domingo or Balbaroy to pull depending on who takes their turn at the right time, and it doesn't really matter if they have the speed ring or not, which I like because that means you could just keep the speed ring on Henri for after this battle, and no extra menuing is needed. I had recently in my latest run too where I ended up casting a Blaze 3 at the beginning of this fight, and didn't have enough MP to finish that. So it's just one of those things how tightly even the MP is routed in this game.
And sometimes like Tau will have low MP that will like not be good enough even with like a Blaze 2 at the start.
Yep.
There's been so many times where I was like terribly moving and having the Belial go after Max and just like ignoring it just to grab the Black Rig. I lost quite a few runs to that stupidity.
Hit
That's
me,
a nice
baby,
damage
one
roll.
more time.
How dare she attack Tau?
Murder!
I still opt to grab that, and I don't know why, because my max never takes a hit, and I rarely use it for heals now.
Right.
So I do think the white ring is pointless at this point.
That's kind of why I was like, yeah, like in my mind of like skipping the shower, it's like, yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing where it's like the white ring isn't really meant to be used either,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
except for in really rare cases where it's like, all those two chests all together could probably be skipped.
That was a great battle. Yeah, we're looking at like a
Yeah, I mean,
if chapter 7 went perfect here, we'd be
keep
like
going.
350, 351 going into chapter 8.
realistically 353,
This
which
was
is still a decent time.
a decent pace.
Yeah, which is like funny, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, you don't even really know what the time is, but it's like, I remember people in chat were like kind of updating you on like where you were. I do remember that.
Oh, that's dude. I like don't remember this run at all. It's crazy.
It's starting to come back to me.
Yeah.
Those splits never happened.
Yeah, it really didn't. You're just like, nope, never existed.
Excuse me.
I must have had a crit on Colossus. I don't know if you could fast forward to
Oh,
the
sure.
end of Colossus.
This one.
He thinks he's out here critting Colossus.
And
Well, the battle time was 8:45, which means that this could have been a sub 11 split.
When you're being chased by jets.
Again,
that's a good
I
question.
hate the Jets.
Oh, that's
One of
really
the
not
jets
good.
is dead already? Oh, did Henri freeze one maybe at the bottom?
What am I thinking about?
Yeah,
I'm
I was like,
wasting
what is
so
this?
much time. What's going on?
He's like, this was supposed to be a Bombazak race. What have I got myself into?
maybe
did I leave the oven on?
he outturned the Colossus or something stupid.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, a crit! Look at my face.
He's like, oh, we're in there. And that's actually like, that's hilarious.
Kind of pulled you back into the whole thing, I think.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
Oh,
were
it's
present
prime
at the
team
point
manipulation.
All right. Well,
That's
Just
hilarious.
get good. Easy
Yeah,
as that.
right? It's like, just do that every time and PB is free.
Hilarious.
It's really sad that like the chances of that with Bulbaroy are not high.
No.
You would almost think it would be with like just how a lot of things scale, but unfortunately with Bulbaroy, the scaling for crit and double is not great on him. It's actually
That's
like a
funny.
downgrade even, I think, actually. It's like, I didn't even know was possible. Pele's another one that suffers greatly from being promoted. Loses a percentage of crit, and it's like, how does that even happen?
All right, Ty, time for
Anyway.
your 427. Show us the goods.
I don't know what was really all this good except for the sub. Oh wait, your bot is still playing in the back.
Do you want to focus on some early game, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm gonna show the church just because. Again, this should have been like, this had a 35-24 chapter 1, which is insane, I suppose. Like the entire early game
Yeah,
is pretty
that's crazy.
It was kind of funny because I know back in the day, well, like a year ago, I'm pretty sure Brox was asking like what my fastest chapter 1 time was, and I think I replied at least then with like a 35:17, I want to say. Like I never actually recalled having a sub 35. And then that finally happened this year on the grind. We did have one run with a 34:47.
Holy crap, dude.
So it's like that milestone got broken. The sub 14:12 had been broken. And then realistically here, the sub 110 chapter 2 should have been broken. Kind of did the whole move max up a spot just in the off chance of rarity that you get 2 zombies that outturn the skeletons so that you can have a 4-man formation, which fortunately happens. It's usually something that I don't go for, but I just did for some reason. I was just like, well, if this is gonna be a sub 110, this is how it's gonna happen. And sure enough, it's like pretty much all went according to plan. just do it. Just wing it. So the other like great thing about May is that like we used to just have to protect Ken and have Tao actually go down to tank a hit. You should just continuously sit behind May while everything is fine. And then, like, again, I don't know who really came up with the idea of just getting rid of the antidote on Max and just piling 3 healing seeds on him just so you just constantly keep him topped off, but that makes the battle, like, way more consistent as well.
Yeah.
Basically after the AI title priority video, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a direct result from that.
Yeah. Because
Something
I also
that
had
people
that video
eventually would have
with...
figured out.
Because just having one critter double from a skeleton or zombie, making them immediately just go down and attacking a mage is just, like, so bad.
This is where I say things are awkward.
But, yeah, I can't remember what happened. I think at the end of Circus, my May went too fast, and Henri and Tao weren't able to get as much experience as I wanted to, so... Like, there's a world here where if I could Blaze 2, the 3-man formation,
For sure.
and still have a level 10 Tao easily, but my Henri was just so far under leveled that we just Blaze 1, like, everything here, and it loses me a lot of time. But for the most part, I mean, it'd still say it was perfect. Like, May actually hits the ghoul. I think she dies in 2 hits. I can't really remember. Maybe not.
What I've been noticing too is that if she takes a skeleton hit, sometimes she'll just die for 1 hit from the ghoul.
Yeah, that's the one thing I kind of like as well. I guess it was unlucky that zombie outturned and hit her early on. That's, I suppose, like the worst thing that can happen is if she gets poisoned, and then you're like forced to just go melee range immediately. It's times like that where I then question if like saving for the ghoul hit isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you run into some kind of efficiency question of, oh, it's so early into the run, so then it's almost always worth it to just risk it.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely can have worlds where you have enough MP to Blaze 2 it to death. It will sometimes happen, but I think that it requires like 42 MP in total. Maybe it's 44, I can't remember.
Killed a ghoul, I think. This should put Hao at like
Between the 2 mages.
So I would assume she hits level 10 off of damage.
If I
on the
remember
skeleton.
correctly. But I kind of messed up. But yeah, like, realistically, this battle could have been done a bit ago. If I had just done that Blaze 2 earlier. And then, yeah, the chapter itself would have been a sub 110, but instead just the 2-4 is a sub 110. Which is, I think, the fastest church I've had
For sure.
regardless.
For sure. That's insane.
Because I know me and No Worries had always kind of talked about, like, a 110... like church happening, but I don't think it had ever actually happened.
Still a sub 110
There's
church
just too much RNG shenanigans that goes on with chapter 1 and 2
church. Or if I did, it was
that
many years ago.
you just would never really expect it. So like that to me I think is more impressive than the then upcoming like 401 Bulbas or 401 201 almost sub 2 Bulbasac time.
Did you do the new Balbury strats here in 3-1?
I did.
Let's give that a watch.
Yeah.
Close to resetting now.
Oopsie
Yeah, you
daisy.
saved 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was like 90 seconds. I think it was like a perfect 3-1.
So your Henri, did your Henri make level 8 too?
Yeah, she did get an attack in 3-1 as well, like thankfully. Just to hit level 8 on time. Yeah, thankfully due to the whole 140-hour stream of Shining Force that I did, I had a random moment of this mage insta dying to Balroy, and I was like, what the heck happened?
That happened.
And it's like, because I had moved Aemon to make a trigger happen. Because sometimes you would see, like, sometimes the priest outturned Balroy, so, like, literally all that happened was that we had moved somebody down on turn 2, and then the priest had outturned Balroy on turn 2 to, like, then move into the spot, right?
Yep.
But ideally that doesn't happen very often. Or ideally you were now wanting to make it happen on turn 1, because Balroy should be outturning that priest all the time. Just gotta
So
make
you
sure
don't even-
Aemon does.
You don't even like having Aemon as a safety net in 3-2, huh?
I gotta have the time save.
That's brutal.
Well, I mean, if everything goes well, you shouldn't need her.
Very unlikely that Henri outturns Balroy here, but it's what we're looking for. Nice.
And I suppose with how many saves we make in 3-2, I never really feel like I need, like, safety, because there's safety saves, essentially, in the battle.
Level 8, which is what I was looking for.
But even though you still lose a lot of time when things don't go
lost, yeah.
according. But yeah, Balroy goes immediately after Henri, and it's just like,
Oh, that's
it's literally just perfect.
He's dead. Oh my god.
Oh, I love that.
Even at that point, I'm just like, oh my god. Like, that time is even more crazier, honestly.
I can't believe that. That's insane. Yeah.
I think my... Yeah, but then my chapter 4, like, the funny thing is, like, my chapter 4 was bad.
4-1 didn't go well.
Balroy doesn't have enough.
It didn't go as well as I wanted it to, that's for sure.
You didn't lose time.
I did.
Well,
What's a good 4-1 for you? Is that 14 minutes?
we're looking at 13.
Sub
now, I think.
14, or actually, yeah, what the hell
Sub
is it?
14 even.
Might be way faster than that.
There was
Yeah.
a time where I found 14 minutes 14 minutes 4-1 to be quite ridiculous already.
Yep. I mean, I was always happy with 18 for
Yeah,
one.
right? Like, it used to be like that case, but now, yeah, 4-1 has changed in a matter, in a way of just being able to perfectly move, like, mages as far as they possibly can
Now we get a
to
formation
still
full
reach,
of-
like, everything that they need to. Like, we're doing this with, like, without Ken just seemed like so bad, and then somehow it just ended up being so good. Yeah, it didn't involve a 5-man blaze formation, which doesn't necessarily matter, but
I was worried about it.
when you get nothing but Lizardman on this 4-man formation, then the solo enemies being Peg Knights are, like, impossible to one-shot
Yep.
with a boosted Bulbaroy, which technically could be resolved if I had the powering on Bulbaroy instead. But Pele can one-shot a Lizardman with the powering on, so it's like ideally you're gonna see Pegasus Knights outturn Lizardman and therefore have Lizardmen be stuck on the outside of the formation. So this was just really unlucky. And then yeah, misses happen, and yeah, the midsection of this did not go according to plan
That is
really
a
at all.
problem.
It was just unlucky. It's
Balroy
like,
also lost his
I think it was
boosted-
still more than
he was boosted, I
fine.
wasn't paying attention.
Bulbaroy gets dodges, I think. Eventually get the hits on, but and as long as Max doesn't really take much damage and just stays healthy, a boosted Bulbaroy can just clean everything here while the mages go and kill Elliot. But I think I still ended up losing literally, like, my possible time save here was
2 minutes.
3.5 minutes, and I saved nothing, literally just from that, like, middle section there.
Huge as well.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy, because that's a lot of time for what just doesn't seem like much, but it's a lot.
Kind of because of this.
So actually, yeah, I'm trying to think. So that would be like 2 minutes faster. Like a 141, so sub 13 actually.
She now
Yeah,
has to be the one to kill Elliot, otherwise she doesn't hit level 11.
would be like perfection, but insanely hard to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think what that means is that the 2-hour Balbazak is definitely on the table as well.
Yeah, no, it definitely should be, but it's hard to say. It is kind of tough. I don't like running against these splits, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, even if there's a potential time you can achieve,
Oh, I didn't think
I'll just have to say it's not a very fun part of the run.
Yeah,
So
you get to be
I
red
would-
the entire time. Hooray!
I would not want to put too much importance in that. It's like I don't want to look at chapter 1 at all, ever.
Yeah,
Then it becomes more relevant if you try to get that. If it happens, it happens, but I would not focus on it, honestly.
yeah. I don't think Brox can convince me to continue a run after a 41-minute chapter 1. Like it anymore. It's like
Not
plus-
anymore.
plus 6 minutes, and I'm just like, nope, can't do it.
I
Just not possible. It simply can't
guess.
be done. Yeah, I think
It's actually a really, really good thing.
yeah, Bulbasac was actually
Shit, I wanted to do it.
average though.
Oh, well.
So like it gets like the sub 2, he's totally there. It'll probably happen someday.
Yeah.
But I think that was more or less the impressive part of the run. Everything else from here was absolutely terrible. We do get out the PB by like 2 seconds. I did actually want to show Dark Dragon actually real quick because I can't recall if it's actually like faster, but I've been like we started doing Dark Dragon
550 MP.
Tarasu-less as well, and have been kind of enjoying it by instead of having Musashi 1v1 the skeleton on the right, just ignore the skeleton altogether and just have him go on a goose chase with a like for max. Still get off a couple boosts that are like essentially needed, but it's one of those like I can't tell if the like movement, or at least in my mind, I would imagine the movement of the skeleton and Max just constantly moving like super far away from the team, and the cursor movement behind it would probably be faster than the like 4 attacks that essentially would occur from Musashi and that skeleton, I think.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has the current version in their PBs.
Yeah, because that was like, is this like everyone somehow Dark Dragon just keeps changing. I know.
Yeah, so
I can't remember if it was
you
you or Draciel that has like 3 different versions of Dark Dragon, like all in the same week.
yeah, we keep trying to put out what the other person doesn't have on their channel, kind of,
The good news.
to fill in all the gaps. But then we're all kind of intent on running the same strategy, which is basically if Balbaroy outturns the right skeleton, then he holds back, but if he doesn't, then he can go up. And then Max also goes up 1 space on turn 1.
Holy shit.
So that kind of makes it so the skeleton doesn't move at all on turn 1 and pushes everything back. So then it's kind of a mashup of one of my strategies and Draciel improving on it.
Yeah.
Where you end up having Henri tank the skeleton in the middle, or Musashi, whoever it targets, and then Max just covers the left spawner after his turn 2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So turn 1, Max goes up 1. Turn 2, he lines up with the spawner, and then turn 3, Max goes and stands on the spawner. That's pretty much how that has evolved.
I actually threw. Hopefully.
What am I through?
Better not be fun.
That's why I hate this run. I literally wanted to have like Musashi literally on this head, and somehow just didn't move him up 1, so I had Cowan Demon Blaze range did die, so I had to reload the save and lose 3 minutes for it.
Like, that was so
Ridiculous.
stupid. Holy fuck.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
could have easily hit the
I
425
have
barrier
no
on this run
idea.
too.
Oh yeah, like it should have happened, but again, threw it away
It's insanely costly.
completely.
Wait,
I'll show you.
I do not understand your current splits.
It's
Or the
fine.
splits that you're
Oh my
running
God,
against
what
too.
the fuck is
How
wrong
did you
with
do
me?
the exact same thing in your previous PB?
Wait, what do you mean?
Fucking D-Soul.
It's a 12. It looks like a 12-minute Dark Dragon fight in your last PB as well. Oh my gosh, you got diesel.
Oh yeah, because that was when I had Tau get bolt forward, and I had to redo Dark Soul, but I didn't change the split, so essentially that
That's right. Okay.
it had a really fast, like, well, yeah, good reloading the save for Dark Soul, and then just continuing that ended up being like 5 minutes.
I have no idea. How
So that's really where the 5 minutes of time lost from like this split looks like.
No wonder you hate this PB.
Does that
Well, I was like, should have been fine because it was like,
that I don't know. Shouldn't be.
it's like it was all lined up to be so perfect, but
That was
then
embarrassing
I
fucking way.
yeah, I'd done goofed again
Lose time, though. That was
for whatever reason.
It's hard.
just did that.
So give this guy another easy 10 minutes for
Yeah.
sure is what we're saying.
Oh, sure,
417.
absolutely. It's immediately what I looked at. I was like, great, I threw 3 minutes here, I lost 3 minutes at an unlucky 4-1. The rest of the second half was just awful.
Okay, the Dark Dragon had outcome.
At least there was the Golden Colossus. I know, like, after all the stuff that had been changed with Colossus, like, I too was able to, like, do it perfectly. I don't think it involved a crit, but I think it had, like, perfect turn order with the Jets and Domingo to just, like, keep Jets, like, from, like, not even moving, which saved, like, it saves a nice amount of time when things, like, aren't moving or you're having to make extra kills. Did you just gasp?
You could have died there, man.
Nah, you can't die there.
No, he could have.
No.
He could have machine gunned you right there.
I have never seen a machine gun me there.
How often did you do it?
I've done it probably like 15 times. Believe me, I wouldn't be like that crazy to do that either if I wasn't confident. But yeah, for some reason I like when messing with
What if
this, I was
he's-
like,
What if he's just rolling a melee every time?
Yeah, that's what
he
I'm
could
saying.
be, but I've just never seen it yet.
Might not.
But at the same time, like,
If you lose sub 420 because he put Max there, I'm gonna punch your face.
You do anything, Gonzalo. Come on.
yeah, that's fair. Might happen. I'd laugh.
Brox will be in the background shaking his head, saying, "I told you so."
It was possible. I could see it happen.
You don't kill that.
Yeah, you should check out. Is it your video or is it Traciel's Cloud
What's that?
for this fight
The
with
new
Giraffe
Dark
Dudes?
Dragon?
Concerned to put Pele here. 'Cause
Let me
he's
let me
full
look.
range.
Let me see if I have an acceptable one. That would probably be faster.
Or nothing. That works too. That works too. Hanzao, you have like a 30% chance to double. Fucking do it.
Yeah, and unfortunately the fight was bad as well, and it wasn't a single double or crit, I believe. Which never
brutal.
feels great.
Why is everything double hitting?
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
It's always crazy when it happens. At least it didn't matter too much, I suppose. But it did get a little sketchy. But yeah. And somehow, like, I think Musashi hitting for 12 damage with a Doomblade is, like, low as well, I'm pretty sure.
That's great.
Nothing really felt all that great.
no,
We got it. It's just silly.
it's so frustrating. How like a
See, it's
big-
easy, Brox, beat it. Like, come
Yeah.
on.
Hanzao not a single double
It's
victory.
free. Look at it.
Your end of chapter 7, sub 4, 345.
Good enough. That can be done.
Dude. That's nuts.
This is gonna get so
What, a sub 345?
Yeah, these times are insane. Well, even that should have been better too. Weren't you 5 minutes ahead of your PB at Balbazak? You lost like 5
Yeah,
minutes.
6 minutes ahead, yeah.
Can't complain. The second
Lost
half
6
was just
minutes.
a
So that
fucking
we're
shit.
talking about sub 4
I-
or 340
I'm
now.
just so happy to be
So yeah, I mean that makes sense. If we need the 420 with a 40-minute chapter 8.
Ugh.
I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember. Like, I'm pretty sure. One of you guys had a 340 chapter 7 in your PBs. 347 for
347.
Cloud.
Can't tell with Trace Hill.
He kind of can. Yeah, no, he's like closer to sub 350. Maybe not. No, never mind. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
Yep.
And that is where the record lies. Completely free, going to be beaten again for 2024.
Nice, man.
We get to look
Yeah, I
forward
think
to
it's a year of time.
Thanks for driving.
it. Well, and now I'll have to put on the brakes. For you, Brox.
Yeah, right.
As is tradition. Right.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Likely to come from Draciel first.
And a lot of this wouldn't have happened without everyone coming together and pretty much meeting up on this project here that Nakuri has literally been working on for.
Years.
I mean, it's just like, good God.
Forever.
There was a talk about a Shining Force web portal that I swear was probably talked about like 5+ years ago. And it never really
Yeah,
came through
it's been a
fruition. I mean,
while.
I suppose you could talk about it more, but yes, ShiningForceSR.com.
Yeah, basically, I realized after 8 years of speedrunning Shining Force or being in the community that there's going to be times of activity and times of inactivity, basically. It's a long run, it's a huge time investment. We all have got lives that we sometimes have to spend a lot of time on as well. And sometimes you just don't have the motivation to push or sacrifice all of your free time. So there's going to be basically phases where if someone has an interest in joining the community, joining the speedrun, trying something out, there might as well not be anyone right now who is currently active, who is not appearing on Twitch right now. So we are lucky when this person then maybe finds Discord, where we are definitely like responding immediately because we're always hanging out. But I kind of wanted to make sure that even in the coming years, Shining for speedrunning has a future. As of course, the speedrun always improves. But of course, at some point, we are also running into like a dead end where maybe things are explored, pioneered, ran, and achieved. Where we still would like to see new people maybe finding some interest in trying their hand on the speedrun. And therefore, I thought it would be nice to have some kind of like portal, some kind of like website that we can always link and share so that people always have a starting point to say, like, okay, here I have all the resources to start on my own. And of course, this website is also a good jumping off point to get into contact. Our Discord is linked multiple times on the website. I think we are there prominently with our names. So it should be easier to find the respective persons that you could ask questions for. So it was the whole idea. But doing a whole website is a lot of work, especially if you have something like user content that has to be like done with the content management in the background that is also easy to use for the editors and so on. And 2 years ago, I was starting this project with WordPress, but this didn't work out so well. So I had a break since I was running out of time and power to program in my free time when programming is already the thing that I do for my job. But this year, 2023, marked the year where I could return to this project, change the tech stack, and actually pump out a site that not only looks better than the old one, but also has a way more solid content management system in the back that I was more confident giving volunteers, and everyone has come together. All the top runners and even people that we have basically met this year, like Fred, for example, have come together to basically contribute and bringing their resources together. So we've got Degrees videos, we got Fred's graph page, but also Broxy's tutorial page. And Ty has put together a lot of the maps with the land effect and the AI triggers, and so on and so on. So we have a really complete data set now of like information about every single character, about every single spell, about like insights into the code, and so on and so on. And I'm really, really happy with how this turned out. So yeah, I think it is a relief for us that we now have basically this URL that we can throw around and post whenever people are having questions or need help, because I think what we have here is pretty solid. And I think one of my own frustration was also that when you look up Shining Force on the internet, there's a couple of websites that have bad databases for the items and the characters, but they often contain errors. And with the tools that we have, especially out of the modding community with SF1 Edit, but also with looking into the code and into the RAM, we were able to get the real data. So now, for example, we have the actual stat variants for starting stats for every single character, that we can reliably say these are the stats the character can possibly have at the time of joining in the game. So
Which is really
I'm very
funny
happy about that.
because yeah, like Fred coming in like helped a lot, because right before that I remember like made the message in Discord like, okay, if we could get everyone's participation to run like 5 checks on like character starting stats so that we could just jot all this down and get an accurate representation of what starting stats will look like. And then yeah, Fred comes in and just like, yeah, this is what they are. Like, oh,
Yeah.
thank God.
Yeah, definitely. It certainly needs some people privy of like these kind of like tools and like knowing how to like generate these batches. It's not a simple thing to look into the old game assembly code.
Yeah.
There are also like it's not documented. That's also the issue. For example, the point where Hanzo basically gets a special double attack rate is basically a very arbitrarily edge case that they've added into the code. It's not very easy to see. The code just basically jumps into completely different values as soon as it identifies that it's Hanzo. And these are things that have to be explored. And normally when we would find these things, we would have probably a Discord discussion about it. Then we would probably talk a while about it. Then maybe you see it in the run sometimes mentioned, but then it's kind of gone. And now we can start documenting it. So with 2023, we basically have made the start of having a as complete database as we can serve you, alongside with the guides and the content from the experienced runners, from the people that can look into the assembly code, from the modders. But this is, of course, now continued to develop, where more pages and more content guides will be added, and also further observations will be posted. Like, let's say we are going then towards the 420, and more strats will be discovered, more things will be discovered that can be utilized for that. There's a good chance you will find this on this website as well. So you're also up to date basically with like the recent discoveries, instead of like having to look deep into like some past Discord conversations that are maybe not as browsable.
There's going to be a lot of changes I expect even in 2024. There's a lot of strats that still haven't quite made their way onto the site yet. That definitely will. There's already a crap ton of good information on it as is. And the amount of like work that came out of the assembly to be put into here to give a lot of information that the majority of people don't know about is pretty crazy.
Yeah. And for 2024, there's definitely a time where I will return to the project to improve the site. There's a couple of like features that I have in mind to increase the usability. For example, right now, if you have a category with a lot of guides, it's just a very long list. So we'll add something like pagination or a search function so that you can easily access some guides that may have been pushed down. And of course, most importantly, I will try to see that we add more games to the site. So right now, the pilot has started with Shining Force 1, which is kind of like a test, but also basically happens because right now we have lots of diligent and active helping hands. But yeah, right now the other Shining Force games are great out, as Ty shows there. And at some point, I hope that we might find participation of people interested contributing for the other games as well, so that we can also add databases there to basically not just have a Shining Force 1 related website, but for the Shining series as well. Because lots of people that are interested in Shining Force 1 are also interested in Shining Force 2, vice versa. These games are closely related. Ty, for example, has also done lots of Shining Force CD in the last time, has run it for marathons. So there's always like a bit of a crossover where we can sometimes also hop from one another game, and makes it also maybe easier to switch between the games. So this should all be in this page. Of course, I will have to find the time. This is, of course, kind of like a passion project that eats a lot of my resources. So I always have to very distinctly say, okay, in this month I maybe free some time to continue on features. So there might be always a couple of months in between where I actively work on the site. And in between, I hope it can always be filled by contributors that are creating the content and the guides or maybe have feedback. So yeah, this also has been something that has happened aside from the running in 2023. That was basically my way to participate in all the Shining Force 1 hype and the Shining Force 1 running, even if I was then not left with much time to work on my own speed running of Shining Force. But I'm very glad that I was able to manage that. But of course, only also because so many people have helped me putting the content on there. So I'm very thankful for that. But
Well,
yeah,
thanks
not
to
only
you. Like, good God, this thing has been beyond expectations for, I think, the majority of everybody, and has been insanely impressive. It was kind of sad not seeing you doing as many runs as probably some people would like, but the fact that this just went above and beyond, like, blew me away, and probably everyone else, that is like,
That's
I
awesome.
tip my hats off to you, because this thing is absolutely amazing.
Great job,
It
man.
was really well done.
Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tickle to basically apply my skills from my education and my job into something where I can help maybe in a unique way. But yeah, I think it's very exciting that not only that we had all the speedruns now, the push towards the sub 430, all the revelations, all the discoveries that have been made, and how you guys have basically challenged each other and pushed each other forward. So, can you go on speedrun.com to the history graph again?
Indeed. Hopefully.
Because I think the graph shows it kind of perfectly how meaningful 2023 was for us. As you can see there, you have the starting point with 2 DOS. Then Ty was basically working, and then there was the huge impact with No Worries, where Ty and No Worries went toe to toe with each other and basically pushed down the time to like kind of like the standard that we experience today with like the sub 5 and all. But then you can see from that point on, there can be many, many years when nothing happens with the game. It's a very long run. It's very RNG heavy. It's not kind. It can be really, really difficult to run this game on the side or something because it's not very pleasant. It kicks you into the butt for tons of hours you have to invest. And that sometimes shows in the case that there's lots of years where nothing happens. And now you can see we have another of like these activity pushes with all these runs with new runners, Broxy, Draceal, and Cloud Carry as well, joining the fray basically. So not only in the run itself, we had like exciting runs, exciting discoveries, but now we also have this portal, this website we can call our own. And the Discord has also improved tremendously. We have done a whole rework of that to be more welcoming, to be clearer with like where we put which content, so it's more accessible and available for people interested in speedrunning as well as casually in the games. So I just have to say 2023 has been fantastic for Shining Force speedrunning, and I'm above happy that we are sitting here today doing this retrospective. And I'm very looking forward to 2024 because we've, I think, created some fantastic rounds to do even more Shining Force speedrunning. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah,
Right
there's
on.
really a lot that could definitely happen in 2024 as well. Like it's kind of hard to top this year. I'm not gonna lie. I would probably ask
Definitely.
everyone to not have the highest expectations that they probably had for this year, but good God, the sky's still the limit. Sub 420 has to happen. It just depends on how hard people want to push it. I don't know where Cloud's motivation is. I don't know where Draciel's motivation is, and I don't know where Brox's motivation is.
And we all know you need someone to chase in order to play the game. So.
Like, no matter what, if anyone bobs me, I play the game. That's just written in code at this point, whether I want to or not. So
Ty is basically like the Dark Dragon, reviving every 1,000 years.
yeah. I'm basically just part of the story at this point. Just always being revived no matter what.
But you know what? My real goal in this game was to bring No Worries out of retirement, which I accomplished for 1 week. So there you go.
We got like the Legend of No Worries and Dark Kobold coming all together in the same year. No one would have thought of the day. No Worries actually did runs, which is hilarious. He didn't get any PBs. He talked about he did a lot of work though. He looked at a lot of odd strats and ideas that helped, and some were, I guess, pointless. But there's like there was plenty to be had, and plenty that worked out just fine.
Well, my hope basically is that it's not just like the world record chases and the ones who's are pioneering. So I'm also looking forward to the new generation of runners that maybe with the resources that we have right now are getting into the run
Right.
and improving their times.
Yeah, because there's been like it was something I mentioned to Brox earlier, and something like today that I was noticing like there are always like new runners that will start to join, but some will leave, some will stay. You know, Retro J got to get started and he's stuck around. Somebody by the name of Booster Shane, who I don't know if you guys were around when Brox was doing a Sega recap of the 93 Sega games and did Shining Force 1 for them. Booster Shane was someone who organized that event, and Booster Shane was actually someone who actually started routing the game back in January of this year, which was a weird convenience. Like, I didn't notice that till I looked at Discord again from the beginning of the year. And then, yeah, like a person by the name of Delaralia, I think, made a message literally just a couple days ago talking about how they're looking to get in the run, and yeah, hopefully they start and they could be a big factor for the run moving forward in 2024. Like, you never really know who's going to step up and make big changes. Retro J is also in the same boat.
We all kind of get stuck in our ways, and sometimes like the way that we route things, we start to be a little narrow-minded. And so I remember even I think it was Fat Guy in a Speedo was doing a race, and me and Cloud were watching, and we noticed some weird aggro from the Silver Knights, and it started us thinking about a different way to do 1-4-1. So I always love when new runners come and when they like try new things out or find out new things without even necessarily even realizing that they've done it. But it's
Yeah,
just
that was what made me realize that they don't path over the bush
right. It's just fascinating.
unless they really have to. That's not a concern though.
So
Birdman.
I would also love to have a so like we started the Balbazac community races once a month. Our the most racers we had this year was in November, and we had 7 people racing, which is awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah. But like I don't know, it's kind of like my unwritten goal, like let's get it to 10. We need a 10-person race on one of the Saturdays. That'll be amazing.
And it could totally happen. It's like it is hard to get everyone together and to be available for them, I suppose. But it's like the number of runners has exceeded double digits. Dinner time for Cloud.
Yeah.
Understandable.
About
it's like
all the
We're-
stream.
Yeah, no, we're definitely here pretty much at the end anyway. I think we've pretty much have seen everything that we've wanted to see and saying pretty much have said everything that should probably be said. So I think this is more than a fine time to end. I know I've been grateful for everything that's happened this year. I'm excited for next year.
Hmm.
I'm hoping you guys continue to play and hopefully bot me here in the near future, and then we'll all be back seeing
Yeah.
what the heck happens.
Thank you for hosting, and thanks for organizing everything, everybody. I know you all put in separate individual efforts that I'm reaping the benefit of, so thank you for that.
Same. I think we all are.
Yeah. This was awesome, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks chat for watching as well, and hopefully we'll talk to you guys here semi soon. But yep, we're gonna end stream here. You guys have yourself a good one. We'll talk to you whenever we talk to you.
Yeah.
Peace.
Bye bye.